Jena, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha, Shri Chaitanya Mahavishtam, Adhitam Yena Bhutale, Saram Rupam Kanamavyam, Dadati Sa Paratikam, Mandeham Shri Guru, Shri Utapalakamalam, Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha, Shri Rupam Sarajatam, Sarvagana Runatam, Vikantam Sajivam, Sadvaitam, Sadhutam, Parijana Samhita Krishna Chaitanya Devam, Shri Radha Krishna Padam, Sarvagana Lalita, Shri Vishakamitamscha, Namo Vishnupadaya, Krishna Vishaya Putale, Shri Mate Bhaktivedanta, Swami Nitinamine, Namaste Saraswati Deve, Gauravani Pracharine, Deveshesha Shunyavadi, Pacharya Deshakarine, Vanchakalpa Tarubhascha, Kripa Sindhuveyacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Om, Sahana Bhavatu, Sahana Bhunaktu, Sahaviryam Karavavai, Tejasvinavaditamastu Vishvavai. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Asakarmanat Punyaham Bhavantu Bruvantu. Om Asakarmanat Swasti Bhavantu Bruvantu. Ayushmate Swasti. Om Shasti. Om Asakarmanat Riddhi Bhavantu Bruvantu. Amridantam. Om Shasti no Govinda, Swasti no Chutanandam, Swasti no Vasudeva Vishnu Dato, Swasti no Narayana Nagavar, Swasti no Padava Purushottama Vedato, Swasti no Vishakshi no Vishveshwara, Swasti no Rishikeshi Haridato, Swasti no Vainateya Hariti, Swasti no Anajana Susakano Bhagavata Dato, Swasti Sumakale Kashamaham, Shri Krishna Sachitananda Ganak Sarveshwareshwaro Dato. Om Tad Vishnu Paramam Param Sarvashakti Siraha Deva Chakshur Pratatam Kadivya Sulpano Jagya Sasavidate Vishnurat Paramam Padagam. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sankirtan. За наши угодни дан, аж там не пити. Приветили сега кома жертвования задоволство Кришна, те за добробит, бак, ки са се давали, ки са били спонзори, какъвкой брач са давали кем маратон. Нашли по само по-албуму Sankirtan. Hari Om, Om Tat Sat, Shri Govinda Govinda Govinda. Ashtami Shulapitam, Shri Krishna Prityartam. Abhinandana Nitai, Indraja Prima Združino, Bhakta Aina, Amala Gopika Devidasi, Ananta Mai, Ananta Dasa, Andreja, Vidam Antardvip, Naša Šaki Devidasi Združino, Apsara Devidasi, Avaduta Nitraidas, Bhagavadadas, Bharata, Prema Gopi Devidasi, Boris Puravče, Darpa Hari, David K, Dayal Chandra Das, Dayal Das, Bhagavad Kshetra Das, Dimitri, Domen Das, Durlava, Bhakta Domen, Durlava Dora Haridas, Ekachakra Nitara Franci Nikar Združino, Bhakta Gabriel Barbara, Gadai, Gopika Devidasi, Gopika Das, Boras, Govinda Data, Gregor, Karina Luci, Ivan Naya, Jagannath Bitens, Jagat Prasultas, Jainta Goradas, Janka, Janas, Josip Maribor, Jože Sabina Jesenice, Jože P, Jurika, Kalindi Svidari Devidasi, Katarina Filip, Katja Matko, Kirtida Nandini Devidasi, Claudia, Clemens, Clementina P, Delitev Das, Dolce Nanda, Prabhu Združino, Madhava Mishra Das, Madhavananda Das, Mahamaya Das, Maharani Devidasi, Makatunanda Das, Christian M. Shrikamala Devidasi Sundar Gopal Das Shravana Ramaniya Devidasi Tilaka Devidasi Udo Amitra Das Uro Supan Suragaya Das Uro Kramanas Vaibhav Vaishrabhadavi Devidasi Družino Vasadeva Data Das Vida Viduna Das Raja Sundari Radha Devidasi Vrishabha Das Yamuna Charini Devidasi Parivara Kalyanakam Vishwamangalakancha Shrimisita Koma Vayam Krishamaha
Hare Krišna, Hare Krišna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Om Shanam Bhagavate Narasimha Svahaya Narasimhaya Namah. Om Shanam Bhagavate Narasimha Svahaya Narasimhaya Namah. Om Shanam Bhagavate Narasimha Svahaya Narasimhaya Namah. Om Shanam Bhagavate Narasimhaya 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 Svahaya Narasimhaya Namah. Om Shanam Om Om Nirgunaya Sahagana Namo, Om Nirkasire Sahagana Namo, Om Paradapaya Sahagana Namo, Om Paradamne Sahagana Namo, Om Sachinam Naviragaya Sahagana Namo, Om Lakshmi Sahagana Sahagana Namo, Om Sarapane Sahagana Namo, Om Dhiraya Sahagana Namo, Om Parada Paradapaya Sahagana, Idam Sihaya Idam Namama, Om Bhu Swaha Idam Vishnu Namo, Om Bhuva Swaha Idam Vishnu Namo, Om Swaha Swaha Idam Namo, Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Swaha Idam Nandaya Idam Namama. Shri Krishna Varma, Shri Vaishnava Mangala Charanam. Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Militamena Tasmai Shri Gureva Swaha Idam Vedama Shri Chaitanya Manavishtam Bhakitami Namutare Swarupa Karamagyan Dadati Swapadantikam Swaha Rupa Idamama Vandeyam Shri Guru Shri Tapadakamanam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sragana Runatam Tam Tam Sajivam Sadaitam Sadhutam Parijana Sritam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sagavana Lalita Shri Vishakamitamscha Swaha Idam Guru Guram Radha Krishna Shada Vaishnava Tadeva Idam Namama Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashna Hitore Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityaname Swaha Idam Susasana Idam Nama Namaste Saraswata Deve Bhagavan Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pracharya Rishikarane Swaha Idam Susasana Idam Nama Vanchavarva Darubhasha Kripa Sindhu Vyavacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namaha Swaha Idam Vaishnavebhyo Idam Nama Namo Bhavanaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauri Krishna Swaha Idam Idam Nama Amchara Param Krishna Bhakta Rupa Sarupakam Bhakta Avara Bhaktakam Namami Vakashatikam Swaha Idam Idam Nama Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Vinamanu Jagapate Gopesha Gopikakanta Radhakanta Namaste Swaha Idam Krishna Idam Nama Aptakashna Gaurani Radharani Navishne Vishabhanu Sukadevi Pranamani Navite Swaha Idam Krishna Idam Nama Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Swaha Idam Vachanavaya Idam Nama Om Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Swaha Idam Krishna Idam Nama Om Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Swaha Idam Krishna Idam Nama Om Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Swaha Idam Krishna Idam Nama Om Bhu Swaha Idam Krishna Idam Nama Om Bhu Swaha Idam Krishna Idam Nama Om Swaha Idam Narayana Idam Nama Om Bhu Swaha Idam Narayana Idam Nama Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagavitaya Krishnaya Gundaya Namaha Swaha Idam Krishna Idam Namaha Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnapurna Prachate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti 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 Om Vayu Shanti Gadavita Shanti Shanti, Rapak Shanti, Vayu Shanti, Tira Shanti, Ushadak Shanti, Loka Shanti, Prana Shanti, Vaishnava Shanti, Shanti Rast, Nirviti Rast, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Avakinam, Kriyakinam, Vidikinam, Jayagavet, Astuta Saravachidram, Krishna Krishna Prasada, Yakinchik Vagayanjatam, Tadosha Prasamanasya, Shri Krishna Smaranam Karome, Om Agitvan Samudra Gacha, Om Tvan Situla Bhava.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Sjednite. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nitsinamine Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Dashata Rine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Vasadi Gora Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Prabhu Nityananda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Malo sporije. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gora Prevanande.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So, well, arriving just from Zagreb, from a similar type of event, I was just wondering how wonderful it would be traveling from one book distribution marathon festival to another. It would be a nice movement. It would be nice. Now you may think this is some dream, but actually I grew up in a movement like this. Everybody you met, except few pujaris, were book distributor. Everybody. So there was once upon a time such a movement, but I'm not nostalgic really, I understand that it is because of these books this movement started, and it's because of these books this movement can survive and be maintained. When you study in detail Srila Prabhupada's policies and his appearance in this world, in the Western world, it was motivated by books. Srila Prabhupada, of course, he had a vision of a spiritual movement already in India. It was called the League of Devotees, completely copying the ISKCON constitution, but in India it didn't kind of work. Especially at that time in India, it was like, why should we have a movement? We know Krishna. Prabhupada said that's the biggest problem in India, that people think they know already. But actually they don't know. And Prabhupada showed them, you don't really know. Because Krishna consciousness includes the most profound body of knowledge, philosophy, and that is where the things are lacking. And that's where Srila Prabhupada books came about. And Prabhupada got the instruction from his spiritual master to preach to English-speaking people, means going west. So Prabhupada took it very seriously, but in the first phase of his life, he couldn't combine it with his life as a family man. The same problem we have today, even including book distribution, where grihastas think, well, how much books I can still distribute, or I can start to distribute when I have a family, I have a job, I have this, I have that. Everybody has their environment. As I mentioned, in my generation the problem didn't exist because there was no family man. It was just brahmacharis, brahmacharini, monks and nuns. Well, what do you do as a monk and nun? You have plenty of time to go out, distribute books and preach. As a grihasta, one can also do, but it is already, there are other responsibilities and duties. So, finally the time arrived where Prabhupada was free to go direction west. However, he said, I didn't want to go without having something with me, the books. So he spent it was very demanding. He had no money, no support. So he published, next to the regular magazine he was publishing, he published the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam in India. And with this, as one of our BBT manager said once, very daring publications from editorial point of view, from graphical point of view, printed in India in the early 60s. These books were really different, like the printing in the West. I had once upon a time 3 copies of this Srimad Bhagavatam. Well, solid binding, like shoes, like this. It was like handmade almost. The printing, the paper, very thick, wood paper, like handmade almost. And the printing, that goes a little bit up, a little bit down. The letters are a little bit like this. Why? Well, there was for sure no computer involved. There was no printer involved. The Indian technology of bookbinding, I still saw it in action when I came first time to India, 1978. The binding was, you have boxes with letters, casted in lid, in metal. Metal letters, little. And then you have a wooden plate designed as a page, and then reverse in mirror type of fashion, you put the letters next to each other in predestined lines, and then when you design a page like this, by hand, you tie a string around so that thing doesn't move. And when it's tight, you turn it around the whole wood plate, put ink and print. And naturally, as you print, well, the letters get a little bit going this way, that way. You know, it's hand tied up together. It looks almost like children books, you know, like children sometimes they put letters together. Like. So that was Prabhupada's editing, and that was Prabhupada's publication. With these books, he arrived under very dramatic circumstances in America. And he said originally, if nothing else would happen, and I would just distribute these 3 big trunks of books, well, at least something I have done. On the line what my guru said. But Prabhupada said, yeah, he wanted me to preach to the English-speaking people. Now you cannot imagine what it was for Prabhupada to arrive in America. He arrived in America in the age people retire and get ready to die. So when he finally arrived, having 2 heart attacks on a boat, no medical assistance. So then the winter came. Prabhupada never saw snow in his life. In India, people think snow, that's in Himalaya up there. Nobody knows snow in India. So he was thinking, who painted these buildings white? You know, no, that was snow in New York. No help, no assistance. But Srila Prabhupada had a typewriter with him, you know, that's really a typewriter. So he kept on just writing. There was nobody there, even. Then he had his dictaphone, you know, push, speak, stop, push, speak, stop, running on small tapes. And because nobody was there, he gave a lecture anyway. He was coming to preach. If nobody is there, he kept on preaching anyway, to a wall. Just recording, tick, tick, tick. Well, that became the introduction to Bhagavad Gita. He transcribed them from the tapes, that system remained. That's how these books were published. And he said, and he realized, if I really want to publish all the books which I need to publish, I need help. So, where do you get help? Well, you start to initiate disciples. Even Prabhupada's first disciples came from book production and book distribution. One of the first disciples he met on a street was then later Hayagriva Prabhu, who walked, hippie, you know. And then he saw the Swami walking there. And Prabhupada was so majestic in his appearance. He really... There were more Swamis in America, by the way. Because Indians are very clever. They find out when you go to America, you grow a beard, and you speak something about yoga, people pay for it. Americans have money and they are stupid. They have no idea what spiritual life is. So that's good. Many gurus came. No, Prabhupada was not the only one. And Prabhupada joked later on that India has 2 big export articles, rice and gurus. So he was not very fond of it. He considered most of these men absolute cheaters. So his purpose was different. He even said later on, my godbrothers in India, they were more interested in temples and collecting disciples. I was never really interested in that. I wanted to print books and publish books. That's what my guru told me. So, The first one who came was, one of the first ones, was Hayagriva, and he saw Prabhupada walking, so he was going, "Are you from India?" Completely stupid question. Prabhupada said, "Yes." "Well, I wanted to go to India, maybe to find a guru." And Prabhupada said, "That's a very nice idea. What are you doing?" That's the first question we are asking when we are addressing new people. What are you doing? And he said, "Well, I'm more like a writer, an editor." Prabhupada opened his eyes and he said, "Very nice. Could you help me?" And he brought him to his little flat, opened a cupboard, and Hayagriva describes there was so many manuscripts, it was piling up. He said, "Oh, so much editing." So then the first disciple, first he engaged in book production. He didn't even know how to publish his books. There was no money, really, nothing. So as the disciples then finally increased and the money, Prabhupada instantly invested everything into publishing books. There was another problem coming up, how to sell them. Prabhupada said, "My guru didn't told me that." He said, "Publish books. Whenever you get money, publish books. But how to sell them? Well, he didn't told me that." So Prabhupada was maybe thinking maybe we should make an advertisement or sell these books commercially or whatever. Yeah, but it was clear that there isn't a big market for that. Prabhupada himself was going on Sankirtan. He took these books he brought from India and he was going shop to shop, bookshops especially, to offering these books. You want to buy them? You can sell them here. And he found in this way some customers, yes. Whatever little money he got, he maintained himself also from that. And got to survive somehow. And later on, devotees, much later, they entered some bookshops also offering Prabhupada's books. There was a lady, she said, "What is this? Srimad Bhagavatam. I have books like this already, here." There was an old Indian here, some 1.5 years ago, and he was selling these books too. And the devotees were going, "Really? You have these books still?" She said, "Yeah." And she showed them the original Bhagavatams Prabhupada brought. Of course, devotees were immediately like, "Can we buy it?" And and then the lady started to describe how Prabhupada was selling books. She said, "Oh, he was such a nice gentleman. And he was so amazing." And then when she started to describe Prabhupada, she started to completely melt away. She was completely impressed. What a wonderful man. So I had to buy these books, of course. And when he sold me the books, he opened a little metal can. And there was a little white balls inside, sweet balls. And he gave me some sweet balls, also prasadam. Amazing. So, still, books were already printed, and devotees didn't know how shall we distribute this. They were sitting there in storage rooms, and Prabhupada obviously expected devotees to find a way to sell these books. Nothing happened much. There was big Harinam out there on the street. These Harinams were really big. There was having 80 or 100 devotees on Harinam already in a quite early days was normal. And some magazines were printed like this. But books? That's big. Until two brahmacharis tanked a car at the gas station, and one of them decided, well, maybe I should pay with the books. You know. So he offered to the man at the cashier the books instead of the payment, and the man took them. The ecstasies the brahmacharya experienced was something nobody experienced before. So he came shooting out of that gas station Hey! And the other brahmachari sitting in a car wondered what happened. He said, well, I just distributed 2 books from Prabhupada. And he was completely in ecstasy. So then the brahmachari said, okay, we still have few books in a car. So why don't we distribute this before we go back to the temple? When these 2 brahmacharis arrived in the temple, they were in such an ecstasy that the devotees in the temple were wondering what happened. And they were going, well, we distributed Prabhupada's books. And then the idea came up, well, maybe we should try it too. Soon the whole temple was out on a street with the books. And the whole temple became such an ecstatic place that it became known to the other temples in America. This temple, they have some real fun there, you know that? So they said, okay, we want to try it out. This is how book distribution started. And it went like epidemic. It went so fast that the Harinam parties disappeared. Why? Because everybody was distributing books instead. So there is letters to Srila Prabhupada, there is correspondence, devotees ask him, well, what is more important, to go on Harinam or sell your books? Prabhupada was very clear about that. He said, Harinam is very nice, but book distribution is the big Harinam. Absolutely priority. Books, books, books. So of course everybody was like, okay, let's do it. And then very quickly, I joined this movement, it was already established. There was a big Harinam, yeah, occasionally. But the rest of the time, books. I was, when I joined this movement, very little on Harinam. Actually, I was very little in a temple at all. Temple was a place you pack the books, big prasadam, big kirtan, Haribol, getting blessing of the deity and out on the street. I lived for 17 years practically in cars. I notice I'm not alone, but when I speak to my godbrothers sometimes, some few godbrothers, they remember these days. And he said, isn't it amazing? You get kind of infected. I was almost 25 years temple president. Then you don't live in a car. I had my office and whatever. Still, as soon I was in a car, I sleep better in a car, I eat better in a car. As soon it moves, I'm in ecstasy. Actually, came back to me when my family duties kind of diminished and I became more free just to go out. Again, well, what did I do? I was immediately back in a car again. Hey. It's standing there in front of the door. I can turn any car into a living car. Anything. You give me a little Fiat, I will turn it into a sleeping car. I can live in it, I can sleep in it, I can, I have it standing in front of the door. I had to change a car because all I did was finished some 2-3 cars on the road in the last 5 years or 6 years. It was old cars, but they did a good job. So, and as soon as I got a car, empty box, 1 day later, it's a living car. And this is becoming like this because I could also illustrate why is it like this. This is a curse for all Prabhupada disciples. Prabhupada relates in a connection with Srimad Bhagavatam's story of Prajapati Daksha cursing Narada Muni. Probably most of you, the story is Narada Muni turned the son of the Prajapati Daksha, 30,000 sons or something like this. This is Prajapatis are populating the universe, okay? So Prajapati Daksha did nothing wrong. But Narada Muni came around and sees this wonderful young brahmacharis and was going, why you waste your time with this entangling family life? Come cultivate Krishna consciousness, surrender to Krishna, let's go. They all took sannyas. And Prajapati actually was going, hey, hey, hey. So he became so angry, he produced another 30,000 sons. They could do that. This was of different persons. The wives probably were quite amazing. So, then, again Narada Muni came. Same thing happened. And now Daksha was angry, and the worst curse he could spell out, which crossed his mind, was, Narada Muni, I curse you. This was an offense, actually. For that, Daksha had to suffer later on, but that's another story. So Daksha said, I curse you. You will never have a house, because he was a big householder. And you can never stay longer anywhere like 3 days. Narada Muni was in ecstasy. He said, that's my life, you know. Because Narada Muni is traveling all over the universe. He never stays anywhere. He's just traveling around, chanting Krishna's glories. So Prabhupada said, that curse came also to me. I was also cursed by many parents of my devotees, of my disciples. You stole my son. Like they owned it. Come on, these kids were all the hippies. They were living on a street. Still the parents think, this is my son. The big illusion. And I'm a father. To consider myself a proprietor of my daughter would be a joke. She's 27 years old. She looks at me like, where do you come from? And I go, well, sorry, I changed all the nappies, and I'm a good in this. I was totally involved. Except for breastfeeding, I was doing everything. So, so I'm trained. So I go like, but hey, they grow up. They live their lives. That's children, that's what it is. And And Prabhupada comments, I got cursed like this too. Therefore, I can never stay anywhere. I have now so many temples, so many rooms, so many facilities I could sit and enjoy. No, I cannot. I keep on traveling, preaching. One devotee was saying, Prabhupada, I would like to take shelter at your lotus feet forever. Nice prayer. Prabhupada said, that will be very difficult because my lotus feet are moving all the time. And Prabhupada comments then, and I transferred that curse to my disciples. They are also sharing this curse. In my life as a Grihastha, I renovated partially alone 2 houses already. It happened. I didn't plan for it. Out of necessity. The family had to stay somewhere. I never lived in them. You would never find me sitting from a house in a sun chair just going, no way. But I think many householders know what I'm talking about. You may own the house, but it's just a maintenance station. You come into a house, oh, this has to be fixed. Oh, this has to be, oh no, this has to be repaired. This is house. People repair houses the whole life and then they die in them. That's what it is. Sometimes you think the house is for the children. What about if they have their own house? So they are not interested. Could happen. So, the house, you are wondering, I'm a householder. You think, do I hold the house or does the house hold me? This is generally the story of everybody who owns a house. People know what I'm talking about. So, I never felt like I'm living. This is my house. I'm living here. No, I go, fix few things, I'm back in car again. How does it happen? I came even across, there was a time in my life, I had to actually do something to maintain the family, I picked up some part-time job. I'm not lazy man, I am used to work. So I just work. And what could I do? I can drive a car. Yes, I'm a good driver. Okay? Even in that place, car rental company, it was not a big job, it was a part-time job. They said, this older man, I was the oldest of them all. They said, he is crazy. This guy is so crazy. He drives 1,000 kilometers a day. That was part of the job. And comes back and it's like, ha, how are you doing? I told them, the more I'm driving, the better I feel. I just came from Sweden. That's for me like on a map, Sweden, Ljubljana. It's like around the corner. I just, my map of Europe is very small. I don't know. This is just engraved in me. And when I drive in an old place in Germany on a highway, I was living on a German highway for 17 years. I don't need a German map or navigation. I know which exit leads to which parking lot where you can distribute books. I know the shopping street in the towns. I know all this. So when I drive to Germany, I get really nostalgic. I go, Stuttgart, Munich, that parking lot is still here. I mean, some people may think this is a crazy man driving in a car. What is this? For me, this is all book distribution. This was my life, and I dream about it still. I can hear it. I can hear the cars I'm starting. I can hear the slamming of the doors when devotees go out and distribute books. I see devotees coming back to the cars, Retrospectively, for me, this was just wonderful. We came, I can give you a whole description. It's not easy to live with 4 brahmacharis for 2 years, same party, in a small car. You sleep there, you eat there, you take shower there. And there was no shower really. It was not a mobile home. It was in a bag, a container with water you pull out, and wherever you are, well, you take shower. It's winter, doesn't matter. I can teach you how to take shower in a frozen lake. Very romantic. Full moon, minus 10 degrees. We used to do this for years. I spent 4 or 5 winters like that. When you do it like this, it's interesting. The body becomes like steel. I lost sensual perception in the finger seam. Once I closed my hand into a car door, push doors. I was loading more books and I was going, I didn't notice that until evening, because in the evening I couldn't, there was some line here and I couldn't move. I was going, what is this? I was going, that fits into the car. Pink. We were crazy. I am not recommending to anybody to do this. We were quite crazy actually, to do this kind of things. The whole party, we were all like this, So, but the point I want to make is, this service of book distribution, and this, without discriminating any other services, anything done for Krishna is wonderful. But Prabhupada writes personally in a letter to me, the only letter he ever wrote me. But those who go out and spread Krishna consciousness in this fashion, they are the most dear to Krishna. Krishna will never forget such a sacrifice, and he will never forget such a service. Why? You see, if you give somebody a book, that book is a preacher on its own. You don't have to talk much. Prabhupada said, what's the use of all your talking when they don't take a book? When somebody takes a book, first of all, he has to be a little bit serious. There's a little bit sacrifice to buy a book. That's already good. He's already engaged. Regardless what he does with the book, he bought it. And then, while having the book, that book will be around. And these books are somewhere. We don't know where they are. They are just out. But I can give you guarantee, they are preaching. People found books sometimes. I give you an example of a godbrother who joined like this in a relatively very early stage. I think Pritu Prabhu, you know, maybe anyway. He told me that he drove on a train from Amsterdam to Germany. Something like that. So far I remember. And he was sitting, it was an empty train. And then he saw on a shelf, on a train, there was shelves, there was a little book. Somebody left a little book there. So he took it. And he was going, oh, that sounds interesting. Sri Isopanishad. That's a book you can read in one go like this. And he was reading during the whole ride, just page after page. And then he got so captured by that book. I mean, he couldn't understand everything, but he thought, this is very interesting. And then by the time he was finished, he said, who published the book? And in a bag, he found out there was the addresses of the temples. ISKCON Heidelberg. He was going. And then you look out of the window, and the train just stopped in a train station in Heidelberg. So he was going, there must be God. This is not accident. So he closed the book, took it, got out of the train, found the temple, walked in the door, and never came back. I asked him, what did you do in Amsterdam? You had I had some flat rented, some apartment. I said, well, what did you do with your keys? He said, I don't know, I just throw it in the garbage. Never came back. Practically most of my godbrothers joined like this. I joined like that practically too. We just walked in a door with only one idea. I didn't know really what this Krishna consciousness really is. I had a Bhagavad Gita, but in the beginning I can very vividly remembering that even the language was very exotic to me, We have to purify ourselves. I was going, what does it mean, purify? I mean, I wash my hands, what is this? Or we have to renounce fruitive activities. I was going, fruitive activities, what is this? Apple, banana, or what? What is it? I never heard such expressions before. So it was not easy to read that book, and then all that Sanskrit in between and all this. It's a completely different language, You never heard such a thing. So, but I was completely attracted. I was just completely, to the sound. I was attracted. First time I heard recording of Prabhupada speaking, I was completely fascinated. I had a tape recorder. I bought a tape in a temple. And I was playing the tape back and forth. It was actually Prabhupada singing, and then he was explaining the songs. Samsara Dava, Nalalida Loka. And then he was explaining. I couldn't understand even English. Actually, not really. I was just fascinated by that voice. So I played the tape and the bhajan back and forth, until it completely broke. I was completely captured by that voice. I was saying, this is unbelievable. I was so attracted. So, and that's how we joined. We just walked in a door. I knew only one thing. I will never go back. There is nothing out there for me. Sorry. It was a little bit like suicide, yeah. It's like suicide people, they stand on the roof and they close their eyes and they go, ah, It was a little bit like that. I was going, I don't care. I don't want to go back in that room I was sitting in, trying to be a genius artist, alone. I don't want to cheat other people for sense gratification. I knew this is happening. Never told any girl, I love you. I was thinking, what a lie. I don't even know who you are, so how can I say I love you? Huh? It's cheating. Men do that all the time. I love you. The only thing they love is something else. And I don't want to go in detail now what it is. It doesn't take long. It's called sex life. It sounds harsh, isn't it? But this is the material nature. This is how it is. And I felt I am such a cheater. I really learned to despise myself. You know. But I had no option. How do I become a good man? Where? How? With whom? Until I met devotees. They were so radiant. And they were so clear in what they are saying and doing. Everybody was doing the same. The leader? Well, he was sleeping on the same floor like us. He had the same dhoti like us. He was going on Harinam like us. He was just more enthusiastic. That was the leader. He was leading us by his enthusiasm. So that was interesting. That's a movement I joined. Everybody has the same. Who is the authority here? Prabhupada ki jai! That was it. Who is in charge here? Prabhupada ki jai! There was all Prabhupada ki jai. Everybody was screaming this. And you could have nothing, you could get nothing done without saying Prabhupada said. It was used so much that even Prabhupada protested. He said, they're always saying Prabhupada said, Prabhupada said. Well, I didn't say that. But you could get nothing done if you didn't quote Prabhupada. It's impossible. Nobody would listen to you. So, anyway, it sounds simple, isn't it? But it was simple. It was simple and ecstatic. So, anyway, but the books were there all the time. I was there when the first edition of German Bhagavad Gita came about. Deluxe edition. It was really nice. It was like a festival. It was like Janmashtami, you know. Devotees were in ecstasy. And then every time a new book got published, we got another boost to go out and distribute. We were so enthusiastic. We told people, this is hot from the press. Can you feel it? And people were like, oh, it's hot from the press. You know, yeah. We were so, you know, every book coming out was like a big feast. You know. Now this sounds a little bit emotional maybe, a little bit sentimental. But book distribution is based on our desire. You really want to do it? I can give you guarantee anybody sitting in this room can do it. Regardless of the social situation he is in. We usually thought, well, as I described in the beginning, brahmacharyan is kind of easy. They have nothing to do. So you go out and distribute books. Householder, more difficult. Huh? In my life? Nah. Yeah, it was more difficult, certainly. But you find photos of me standing on a street with my Torah in that shape, sitting on my neck, you know, holding my head like this, and then looking how I'm distributing books. You know, I have a pretty solid neck, so I walked the whole day with my Torah. She was singing, oh, it's funny. You know, people are walking. And I told people, can you give a little bit more? Today I have my treasury department with me, you know. And my daughter always looked, how much are they giving? And she directed me even. She knew, you pull the right ear, he goes right. You pull the left ear, he goes left. Sika, stop. So it was like, you know, I had my driver, I had my treasury department with me. People were laughing and were going, oh yeah, if she thinks I should give more, okay, then I have to give more, you know. So, you know, there's no situation which is obstructive to book distribution. The question is how to want it and why to want it. And we have enough reason to ask people, please, please be part of this. Somehow they know how to do this. They can show you. It's more simple as you think. It's a very simple thing. You don't need some technique or some... No, simple. You just find somebody who is enthusiastic to do that, and he will teach you how you can be enthusiastic. And you will see it's not so difficult. No. Anybody can do it. Children can do that. We are not advocating children work, no. But naturally, even children get fired up. I can show you a picture from this marathon, from a community of devotees. The children are out there distributing books. Because they want to have it also. Boys, especially. We are big boys. We also go on Sankirtan. And when a little child comes like this and looks at you like, well, what will you do? You must stop, They have even grown up Sankirtan devotees, grihastas. They go with them on Sankirtan, and the little boy goes with the book. They feel really, I am now grown up. And people stop. What shall I do with it? Man, he doesn't know really how to speak to people. But then comes the father, and he goes, well, sorry, he is doing it all the time, Since you have the book in your hand, you can keep it, and can you give a little bit? People laugh, they go, what kind of salesmen are these? What kind of team is this? You can do any. There's no situation which can stop you if you want to. So please, if anybody can be part of this, you are doing immense service to the mission of Srila Prabhupada, and you become very blissful. Just watch it. You become very, very happy. So, thank you for... I don't want to... I'm still in it. I was just in Zagreb. Same thing. It would be great. I could go from here. Hey, where's the next one? One Sankirtan festival after another, one marathon meeting after another. What a wonderful time we could have. So thank you that I could speak like this, and I'm sure that the real people, not me, the real people who distribute the real books in this marathon will be now published and glorified. All glories to them.
His Grace Manidhar Prabhu ki jai, Srila Prabhupada Marathon Mahotsava ki jai. Najlepša hvala. Thank you very much for kind encouraging words. Torej, nadaljujemo z festivalom po zaključku maratona. Sedaj sledijo delitev realizacij, se pravi, bhakti, ki so bili na terenu, bojo podelili svoje izkušnje, svoje uvide v zvezi z službo deljenja Prabhupadovih knjig. Bi kar prosil, če bhakti te... bomo dali 3-4 stole, pa bomo bhakti prosili, da podelijo. Potem sledijo objava rezultatov, pregled rezultatov in zahvale, in potem ob 7 uri nekje pa prasadam, ki se pripravlja v spodnjih prostorih. Na čelu z Delitev Govinda Prabhujem. Predno. Se sedem dosti. Se sam govoril zdaj. Can you drag them up?
Hare Krišna. Okay, so we invite the first group. Probably we'll just start with from there. Maybe Uddhava, Lochanananda, Prabhu, Jagi, Jan. If you can share something from the marathon. Go sit there.
Prabhu, ne? Slovenščine, v angliščine. On je govoril slovenščine.
Neobremenjeno.
Ja. Ok, tako kar, prosim, ja.
Ker ne je mlajši, začne.
Hare Krišna.
Hare Rama.
Okay.
Ja, dela.
V glavnem, jaz drugač na začetku sploh nisem planiral, da bom tukaj ven hodil, ker imam še šolo, delam do konca, pa sem mislil, da bom šel tako, kaj povem, tukaj v lani, sem šel 1-2 na teden ven, pol sem šel pa skoraj vsak dan ven, me je noter potegnilo. Sem zelo litko videl, prebujem, smo vsak dan šla skoraj, knjige deliti. Potem sem imel pa vmes neke ocene za zrihtati, pa nisem se čisto načučil. Ampak je nekako prošlo, po milosti Krišne, vse, na koncu.
Maraton na ocene.
Vse. V glavnem, te 4 dni sem mislil, da je cel let šel mim. Sem bil v taki ločenosti od deljenja knjig, ki je bil tak poseben. Ker Lalitgo vem, da pravujo tak fiksiran, jaz sem se sam njegovega dotja primo in vsak dan smo šla, pa Švetambara Mataji je isto z nami hodila. In smo imeli vse, trojni, kako se reče, trojne vile. Prasadam, Mataji prasadam, jaz knjige, Lalit je pa pel Harinam. Tako da je ogromno izmenjav lepih. Tu sem si še posebej zapomnil eno stvar, sem se z enimi kristjani srečal. Poponovati rečejo, o, dober dan, evo, tako pozitivno izgledate, evo, knjigice za vas, pa reče, ne, jaz sem kristjan. Pa pričakujejo, kao da boš ti rekel, da ne boš preveč navdušen, jaz sem pa tako, o, super, wow, lepo da častimo Boga, ne. Mi smo ista ekipa, ne. Vsi smo ista ekipa, ne. Vsi smo ljube dušce, jaz rečem pa, ne. In potem smo se tako lepo začeli pogovarjati, delili našo filozofijo, teologijo malo in so razumeli. Jaz sem rekel, da Boga ne moraš omejiti v nobenem pogledu, je neomejen, se lahko neštetokrat pokaže v različnih oblikah, različna imena ima in pol oni imajo tako bi rekel, tale navado, da imajo te spontane molitve izgovarjajo, če ste videli mogoče zdaj. So dosti trenirani v tem, ja. Ja. In me je tako primil za ramo in me vprašal, če eno uslugo lahko mi naredi. Če lahko eno uslugo naredi, pa sem rekel, ja, seveda. In je zmolil za mene. In je tako lepo govoril, kot da bi Krišna iz njega govoril. Koliko smo se srečala, koliko probamo oba dva doseči ta cilj, spoznati Boga v čim večji meri in to je bil res ekstatičen moment, tak. Tako da to je bila ena zelo lepa izkušnja. Ko vidiš, da v vseh tradicijah imaš ljudi, ki so duhovno napredni. Da ne glede na te zunanje okoliščine. Bhakti je iznad kraja, časa in okoliščin in tu s tem Sankirtanom mi tu gremo deliti, drugim pa še sebe malo prečistimo zdravo, ne? Zato je Sankirtan najboljša stvar. Hare Krišna, hvala lepa.
Hare Krišna, ja, jaz sem isto, to leto je bilo kar, je en izziv prišel, da imam to leto popoldne šolo, tako da je bilo, sem planiral malo več iti ven, sicer sem pač našel, koliko sem lahko. Je bilo malo neugodno, po kosilu, ne, vsi bakte se pripravljajo, ko grejo ven, ne, jaz pa rabim v šolo iti, ne, tako da je bilo malo zoperen, ekstaza ločenosti je bila, ne. Tako da, ja, pol v bistvu sem šel pač 2-krat na teden, recimo sem šel. Pa zadnji teden so bile pa počitnice, ne, in takrat je bilo pa res nektar. Se je odprl, se prav čuti, ko greš deliti, kako je to res, dobiš milost pravpada, ne. Kako je on s tem zadovoljen, ne. Tako da, prej v bistvu ta maraton se mi je res nekako odprl, je Krišna res dal nek okus. Ko prej je bilo zmer tako malo ta pasja, pa nočem iti, pa Ampak zdaj pa je Krišna malo dal, malo milosti, tako da upam, da bomo naslednji maraton, če bom lahko šel kaj več ven. Tako da ja, kaj sem šel reči? Ja, to je to, Hare Krišna, Šila prabhu.
Hare Krišna. Ja, jaz letošnjega maratona se nisem udeležil v veliki meri, ker sem bil nekako, bi rekel, tudi sem imel druge dolžnosti za upravljati, ampak kar pa lahko rečem pa je, da sem nekako začutil oziroma res tudi imel neko majhno realizacijo, kako je to res čudovita služba, pa kako je Sankirtan res neomejena stvar. Ne, da nikoli se, kjerkoli delaš, vedno bo Krišna poslal ti ljudi, vedno se bo naredili taki čudoviti aranžmaji, ki so vedno lahko tudi, ki se dogajajo tudi pod površino. Ne? Ker mi tudi velikrat ne vemo, kaj se dogaja v srcih oseb, ko jim podelimo knjigo. Ne? Kaj se pol takrat zgodi, ker to je res velika stvar. No? Ker mi živimo, pač se tudi vsak od nas, ki je dobil knjigo ali pa ko je srečal bakto, ki je prišel v ta kontakt, to je res ena taka transcendentalna čarovnija. No? In to je lahko res tako močna izkušnja in vsak od nas, da je lahko del tega, da lahko damo nekako to milost naprej, tudi ki smo jo dobili, smo lahko zelo hvaležni. No. Tako da jaz sem večinoma časa vsaj tako preživel, da sem si želel oziroma tako kontempliral sem na to službo. No. Pa na bakte sem bil tudi vesel, pač, ki to upravljajo in mislim, da je tudi to, tudi vsekakor pomembno, da imamo to željo, da bi radi razdelili to znanje. Tako da. Videl sem pa tudi, ja, imam sina in isto je šel, se je parkrat pridružil Harinamu in je bila isto zelo taka, za njega zelo pozitivna izkušnja. Tudi tako vice, da je naravna stvar. Seveda otroci tekajo okrog, delajo tudi vse druge stvari, ampak vsem se pa vidi tista pristnost, preprostost in to se lahko tudi tako bi nekaj od njih na nek način naučili od otrok, ker nimaš karkoli za skrit, ampak sam rad bi predal iskreno, to bi rad človeku dal iz dna srca, ker veš, kako je to pomemben. Kaj smo mi, kako smo se mi spremenili, kako se ljudje spremenijo, ki dobijo te knjige, tako da čudovito, no. Tako da sam nadaljujemo s to službo. Sankirtan Jagja ki jaj.
Hare Krišna. Ja. Za mene v bistvu je maraton, ja, glede vse te intenzitete, glede pač, ker se toliko posvetimo temu, mi je ko noromanje. Ja, recimo, še posebej, ko priješ v tempelj, je dejansko prepojenost s tem, s prabhupadom, bakte so res v bistvu zelo fokusirani. Letos je bilo celo na oglasni deski posebni dnevni red, ki v bistvu je pomagal temu, ne, dejansko, da se zavedamo v bistvu, da je to maraton, da to ni pač nek običajen mesec in se čuti, no, če imaš to milost, da mogoče enkrat v življenju to probaš, ne, kakorkoli, ali da deliš piškote, ali da pomagaš od zadih pri pakiranju piškotov, karkoli, da si blizu templa, ne, ker tudi doma moram reči, ko sem bil sam, ko sem delil polovico doma, polovico od tukaj, je tudi bilo lepo, ampak ta okus, ki pa je v templu, čeprav ni bilo mogoče vedno veliko, ker smo bili razklopljeni okoli, ne, ampak je bilo res čutiti, ne, in to je Ne, meni je v bistvu maraton, kot da bi šel v Indijo, kot da bi šel na sveto mesto. Enostavno, ne, greš ekat čakro, če imaš milost, malo začutiš to Nityanando, greš v Majapur, začutiš pančotatve, to sladkobo, compassion, ki ima Majapur, pa ne Brindavan, to intimacy. Tukaj v bistvu je pa prav pa tirta, enostavno, če boš, po mojem, kdorkoli je, da maraton čez orang, tako da se posveti po svojih možnostih, to začuti. Ne? In ko enkrat to imaš, ne moreš pozabiti. Tudi imamo zgodbe v bistvu raznih bakt, ki, ne vem, so bili posveteni misiji, pa so mogoče po raznih okoliščinah za desetletja izginali pod narekovaji, ampak te občutek, ki so ga podobili, to milost, to pa nikoli ne pozabijo in nekako to podzavestno vedno obrača sem. Ne. In ja, moja želja je, da bi v bistvu probal enkrat po neki milosti, čeprav je res intenziven maraton, ne samo zaradi maratona, tudi zima je, potem so še, ne vem, prazniki, ki dejansko ljudje rabijo nekako več pozornosti, pa še vse ostale obveznosti, ampak ja, če bi lahko enkrat dejansko si predstavljam, no, da bi enkrat v bistvu bilo kontinuiteta, maraton celo leto, celo življenje, ne. To je bilo res nekaj ful lepega in ful posebnega. Evo, za konec mogoče še tole me Ločnandar inspiriral, ko je rekel, kako se stvari odvijajo v ozadju, ne, pa jih ne vidimo. Časih, Krišna nam pa pokaže, vsake toliko časa nam marsikaj pokaže, če se zapomnimo, ne, in tako jaz tam, ne vem, en dan izmed vseh delim v mestu, ne, in pač pristopi meni gospe, ki je sedela v kavarni od zunih, malo se pogovarjamo, nekako ni bila glih zainteresirana, pač pravi se selim, knjig imam dosti, zdaj res ni trenutek, ampak nekako smo naprej se pogovarjali, ne. In na koncu v bistvu ugotovimo, da pač uči telovadbo, ne, je srednjo šoli za zdravstvo, ne, in v bistvu ugotovimo, da so delavka od enega mojega prijatelja, ki dejansko smo res preživela 20-30 let v bistvu pred bhakti jogo, moj najboljši prijatelj. Ne. In po mojih očeh, po mojih percepcij, kar jaz vidim, ga na nek način ne imam, ampak skozi njene uste sem pa dobil nek pogled, ki ga pa dejansko nisem poznal njemu. Ne. Je naklonjen, ampak enostavno kaj veliko se z njim ne moreš pogovarjati o Krišni, ne, tako da, ne vem, kljub vsemu, da smo res tudi desetletje skupaj preživela, imamo v bistvu zelo redko se vidimo, mogoče enkrat na let, dvakrat na let maksimum, pa nikoli več kot za 1 uro, ne. No in v bistvu ona meni pove, ne, ja, to si pa verjetno ti ta od Hare Krišna, ne, ko on hodi k tepno kosilu, ne, kao da hodi redno, ne, ampak sem rekel, ja, res, ne, in pa je še par detajlov povedala, je rekla, ti povem, kadarkoli gre, on se res veseli, ne. On se res veseli in nam razlaga, kak jim razlaga tam profesor, kak gre v meno, ko to kuha, pa to ponudi, pa kak je to dober, ne, pa kak to sploh v bistvu, to pol proba doma narediti, pa enostavno nikoli ni tako dober, ne. In ja, v bistvu tale ulica, ne, je res velika predaja po en stran, po drugi stran pa neopisljiva milost, ne, neopisljiva milost, tako da ena izmed realizacij, videli, kaj dolgo bo držala, je, da enostavno, ja, tudi če časih ne vidiš, mislim, večkrat ne vidimo, Krišna testira vero, na manj duhovne mišice krepi, pa je mogoče težko vztrajati, ne, ampak, ne vem, nekaj stvari sem že probal v življenju, ampak ta milost, ki jo pa dejansko dobiš skozi deljenje knjig, ne, koliko to vpliva na, v bistvu, koliko se vsaka knjiga, ki jo nekako izročiš človeku, ne, koliko to, mogoče on ne bo prebral, ne, ampak mogoče ne bo prebral 10 let, mogoče v eno vrstico, ampak enostavno to zadovoljstvo, ko ti Krišna da v srce, ko to podeliš, ne, to pa koliko to vpliva na našo sadhano, na naše zavedanje, na našo hvaležnost, to je pa res neki čist far out, no. Ja. Hari bolj. Hare Krišna.
Arrivo. Šrila Prabhupada, Maradon Mahotsav ki jai. Kakšno vprašanje našim gostom na stolu? Ok, najlepša hvala, dragi vakte, za vaš doprinos. Next month.
Okay. Madhava Mishra, can say something. Maybe Shvetambara Mataji, you can say something about marathon. Rishabha? I don't know, that's it. Mataji?
Hare Krišna. Malo bolj na glas. Ja, jaz sem pa letos bolj v štrajku, ne. Imel sem na Jelovci tisti vikend, so mi priprejeli 3 špirovci, tam, ko se reče podstrešek, ne, po dolžini 1 metra in sem pa, mislim, žleb mi je nagajal, pa so ključe bile za nič, pa take traparije. V glavnem, jaz sem ponudil to pot, ko sem imel gor pa dol z vlakom, pa to sem ponudil, pa ko sem šel kakšno trgovino, tako da sem podelil tisto kvoto mojih, koliko je bilo, how much? Od 50 do 70 knjig nekaj takšnega sem podelil, ne. To je bilo to, ne, kakšnih posebnih doživeti nisem imel, oziroma sem verjetno jih pozabil, zato ker sem imel dvakrat še bil bolan malo, tako da me je stira vrgel, pa anyhow, sem malo pozabil. So bile ene par stvari, pa mogel globoko premišljati, da bi se izpolnil. Tako da zdaj bi ne reči, če dam lahko naprej. Hare Krišna.
Ja kažem. Hare Krišna svima. Meni je bilo prvi put ove godine da sam radila na ulici. Ja sam dijelila knjige u bibliotekama. U Hrvatskoj, ja i moj suprug smo to zajedno radili cijele 1 godine. Obišli smo dosta biblioteka u Hrvatskoj, nešto u Bosni i Hercegovini i tako, ali to je sasvim nešto drugo. Biti na ulici je sasvim nešto drugo. Naravno, ja se nisam usuđivala dijeliti knjige. Ja sam probala, ali ne, ja nisam još kvalificirana za dijeljenje knjiga. Ali zato postoji rezervna opcija, postoje piškoti. I to sam isto mislila, ajme sad ako fulam još i piškote, ja o meni. Ali ne, to je išlo. Šta se ne čuje? Ovako, ok. Je se čuje? Tako da, eto, piškoti su zaista išli. Najljepša 2-3 trenutka, bilo je neugodnih situacija sa tim piškotima u mjesec dana, ali najljepši trenuci su bili kad je jedna gospođa, vrlo brzo jedan gospodin na ulici su prošli i rekli, pa ti piškoti su tako dobrog okusa. To ja nisam nikad jela nešto bolje. Ja sam gledala u ženu i mislila sam najprije da me možda zafrkava ili nešto, ali ne, ona je zaista bila ozbiljna. I onda nakon 5 minuta je prošao još jedan gospodin i isto tako je rekao, pa otkud vam takvi piškoti? Mislim, to je nešto fenomenalno. I ja gledam u Lalita, on je bio možda 10 metara dalje od mene i onda sam brzo potrčala kod njega i rekla, Lalit, njima se užasno sviđaju tvoji piškoti, to je fenomenalno, piškoti su ti transcendentalni. Hare Krišna.
Šta reći nakon ovoga? Želim se zahvaliti to što sam mogao sudjelovati ove godine. Nažalost, ne u punom kapacitetu. Nekako vidiš koliko si na tjelesnoj razini kada trebaš malo sebe dati, onda kada ti tijelo brzo počne davati signale. I onda ti vidiš koliko si ti vezan za ovo tijelo. Nažalost, pa sam pokušao evo u kojoj god omjeru sam mogao, nadajući se da ću uspjeti se vratiti u kondiciju pa da ćemo moći više sljedeće godine. I koliko sam shvatio koliko je bitna, barem za postojanje nekakav Sankirtan, barem za mene, koliko je bitna ta zdravlje, pa regulacija, pa sadana, pa onda da dođem tamo vani, da naš mi ne gleda u sve žive reklame, u sve izloge, ne gleda sva lica i pokušava predvidjeti ko su oni, šta su oni i kontemplirati sve što su mi ljudi rekli, nego jednostavno to su malo ludi ljudi, gledaju ko ljudi, ali su malo ludi i nemaju ih zvačati doslovce, nego samo ih tamo i pokušaju im lijepo predstaviti knjige. I bilo je sad tih zanimljivih trenutaka da kad su mi ljudi dosta često, pošto onako ljudi tada u to doba svi, imaš prosjaka, imaš prodavača, imaš sve i svašta im se već, vi si valjda 10. koji mi je već prišao s nečime i onda prva stvar koju kad te vide, kažu ne želim ništa kupiti. Neću ništa kupiti. Tako je bio jedan student, prvo došao, Bog, gdje si? Neću ništa kupiti. Ne, ništa ne prodam, ne brini. I pričamo, evo, to ti je gita, to sve, znaš, pa možeš donaciju dati, ajde daću donaciju, ali znaš kaj je ljudi mi prodaju sve i svašta, ne želim kupovati više. No, don't worry, nema problema, ne. Ali, to je onda sad ako gledam se, aha, ti ne kužiš da evo prodaju, ne znam, uživam. A pogotovo su mi fascinantni oni koji ne žele knjigu i onda, pa dajte donaciju, ne daš onda daju donaciju, pa evo knjiga, joj, hvala ti, kako lijepo. Znaš, gledaš, okej, što se sad desilo, ne znaš. Ali je bilo jedan zanimljiv, jako fascinantan slučaj, inače kada ljudi su jako škrti, znate, dođu i pa daj nešto, i daju par kovanica, a tu još bunt papira, unutra, jel, ne mora, znaš, opet i kovanice vade van i sve, ali rekao, dobro, gledaj, rekao sam nešto, znaš, ali mislim da će se nad Manidharove mantre malo, ajde, daj malo više, ću početi koristiti, jer onda stvarno je apsurdno. Ali sam vidio kako neće, čekaj da daju 1 euro za gitu, onako drže tu gitu, onako, i jedanput sam vidio dva mlade ljudi dobili su ta gitu, dobili su tako dosta milostivo gitu i držali su tu gitu i vidim, ja to već pola sat vremena tamo bili okolo i drže tu gitu, znaš, ne daju, još ide baš kako pažljivo drže tu gitu, cijelo vrijeme sa sobom je rekao ok, stvarno tu ima neka konekcija, ne. Ali inače ti kažu da nemaju ništa. I onda ajde, pa daj nešto kao, ma nemam ništa, daj nešto. I onda stvarno se nešto fascinantno desilo, jedan put je tako bio dečko, nemam ništa i onda je ovo dao. Ovo je 0 eura. Stvarno dao ništa. Ali potrudio se stvarno dati ništa. Tako da ovo je moj suvenir za ovaj maraton. Evo, Hare Krišna, hvala.
Najlepša hvala, dragi vakte. Še zadnja runda, ok, ravno tete vrbo, pa kunda malo dobro. Najlepša hvala, Hari. Harival. Zdaj bo potreben angleški prevod iz angleščine v slovenščino, ker bo v angleščini. Kdo rabi angleška, vidva? Še jedno? Ok.
Hare Krišna.
Hare Rama.
Blagor nama. Doskrat mi rečejo, ko me vidijo Hare Hare, pa rečem, kje so pare? Pa se nasmejejo. Ja, ta maraton je pa res nekaj posebenega, tako kot vsak. In Šrila Prabhupada je dal čisto vsaki duši na tem svetu novo življenje. On je žrtvoval svoje življenje, tako da je spal samo med 10 pa 12 uro, potem se je pa zbudil pa je prevajal knjige za nas, zato da jih lahko beremo. In v bistvu vsaka dobi knjigo, s tem dobi novo življenje. In bolj, ko nekako to ponotranimo, bolj to izžarevamo in bolj to ljudje tudi čutijo. Ker v končni fazi ne delimo mi knjige. In na začetku je rekel Lalit Govinda prabhu, mi smo tim. Se je rekel, ok, to je znak, pa smo šli pa na knjižni sejem. In gremo tja. In tam zunaj mi ni bilo pač jih najbolj za deliti knjige, pa sem šel pa noter, tam je bilo pa ljudi masa. In vsake pol ure, 45 minut sem šel mimo Lalita, pa sem mu pomahal. Sem šel do avta na fila torbo. In je šlo veliko knjig. In pol naslednji dan smo šli spet in se je zgodil en tak zelo lep dogodek, en najlepših dogodkov v mojem življenju. Spet torba se sprazni in grem ven, da bom nafilal knjige. In Lalit pravi, veš kaj, na WC moram iti, kje je kle kakšen WC. In sva šla pol tam 20 metrov stran in je bila avtobusna postaja, on je šel, tam sem mu pokazal, kam ne gre na WC. No in jaz sedem na ta njegov voziček in si dam harmonij na noge in sem začel igrati in pet. In Ribo, to je bilo res Haribol. In ne vem, kaj da bi Krišna dal ta, kako bi rekel, milost. To je bila taka ekstaza in pa pogledam na levo in vidim na avtobusni postaji eno gospo s trobjem, ki večkrat pride v tempelj. In ona pleše in čisto v ekstazi. In jaz sem bil še bolj v ekstazi, meni so solze tekle od sreče. Res, wow, ne. In tak lep, za začetek maratona, taka lepa izkušnja, wow. In pa je Lalit prišel in bilo konec zabave, pa spet knjige deliti. In knjige so res šle. Tako da na začetku je bil tale knjižni sejem zelo zanimiv. In enkrat so šla zelo čananano prebujem in so srečala same zanimive ljudi. Same neke podjetnike in ki jih dejansko zanima. In je taka odlična priložnost in dobil idejo, zakaj ne bi bili mi na tem knjižnem sejmu. Ker tam se res vrsti ogromno ljudi. Jaz sem telefon nekaj pozabil, ko imam zapiske. Ok. To je bilo, kar se tiče knjižnega sejma. Potem pa sem se probal te maratonu posvetiti, da sem probal začutiti, kam ne grem. In moram reči, da je šlo kar dobro od rok. In enkrat se spomnim, delim knjige, že tako 2 uri je bilo, in pa grem po Čopovi dol. Čopova je taka kar konkretna za knjige deliti. In sem se spomnil, da se spomnim ta prvi maraton, ki sem ga s Mugunda Madhava sva bila skupaj. On je vedno rekel, ko ni šlo, just pray more. In sem se to spomnil in sem začel res v srcu moliti. In tako sem nekaj nazaj pogledal in ko sem šel naprej, sem se zaletel v ene in so bilo 2 para iz Ljutomera. In smo imeli tako izmenjavo in oboji so vzeli po obe maha knjigi. In tako vidiš, da res ne deliš ti knjige. Ne? In vedno je šlo tako, da so res knjige letele. In pa se spomnim, en dan sem bil na vrhu Čopove in ljudje šibajo, jaz sem bil na 10 kvadratnih metrih, jaz se sploh nisem premaknil. In samo ustavljal sem ljudi in vzemali so knjige. 3-krat, 4-krat sem šel do avta, da sem napolnil torbo in to je bilo to. Tako da, res zanimivo. Ja, realizacija, da moraš imeti troli blizu. Enkrat sem se odločil že en dan prej, da grem v BTC deliti knjige. In ene pol ure pri tem začutim, da bi bilo pa boljše iti nekam drugam. In potem sem šel, sem tam BTC-ju delil knjige in sem se matril. Ja, par knjig je šlo, ampak to je bilo res. Pa sem pa šel tja, ker sem res začutil. Že ta prvega, ki sem srečal, sem jih vprašal, kje se skriva prava sreča. Pa je rekel, pa sta rekla, to je bil par, pa je rekel, kje si pa ti zdaj v letu, lih to se sprašujeva. Kje se skriva prava sreča. In takrat se spomnim, da od 10 ljudi, 7 zaporednih ljudi je vzel knjigo. Se rekel, wow. In je vse to aranžma, ne. In se spomnim, ko sem bil v Mariboru, je bila ena skupina, ki so bili, kaj so že bili, oni so bili v pokoju iz Krškega. In Krišna ti tudi pokaže, kako skupinam knjige deliti. So vzeli 11 malih knjig, pa 6 maha knjig. In čisto dušen in tako, pol ure smo se pogovarjali. Tako da res jih je zanimalo, ne. In vidimo, da je bilo treba samo malo ta koncept vsake toliko zamenjati, da smo mi tisti, ki dajemo in da smo mi samo, da pravimo imeti orodje, da vidimo, kdo pride zraven in nekdo se nekaj poheca in dajmo z njim naprej in pa se kar odpre in lepo steče. In pa se spomnim, da sem šel že nazaj proti avtu enkrat in takole vidim en BMW pripelje, tak čist hud, pa tako. Meni je bilo to kot v filmu. Tako, kada bi rejli vozil, tako je bilo prav, kada bi začutil, da je pristop do njega. In sem pristopil do njega in je bil en tak res heavy podjetnik, ki 40.000 evrov plačuje najemnino za pisarno. In je rekel, da ves ta posel, pa vse to, pa denar, pa vse, da ni to ne. In da jaz čutim, da je nekaj več. In pa mu začnem razlagati, o čem govori Bhagavad Gita in on je bil čisto super, je rekel, kje si ti zdaj prišel, ne? Res je nekaj več, ne? No in pa sva si zmenjala številke in se bova slišala, ko bo prilika. In to je bilo en kup takih aranžmajev. In še eden, ki je bil tak zelo zanimiv, isto tam 30 kvadratnih metrov, 3 ure sem bil sem na tem mestu. In so taki ljudje prihajali. Najprej sem se šel na WC, ker mi je bilo res mrzlo, malo se pogret in v en lokal, pa prijem ven in se zaletim v osebo, ki je organizirala dogodke v Kopru. In je bila z dvema osebama in so potem vzeli knjige. Potem srečam enega podjetnika, ki sem ga že odprej poznal, isto je rekel, toliko imamo knjig, bomo imeli pa še Bhagavad Gito. Ni problem. In pa delim knjiga dvema, en starejši par je bil, in ko se pogovarjam z njima, skoli gledam in vidim čez okno, da moj Šolc dela v eni optiki tam zraven. In sem še pristopil do njega in je bil čist vesel. In ko so se pogovarjala, to je bil pa nerealno. Njega je kar mal zvil, kar tak začel ga je, Paramatma ga je začela. In je, ker skozi se je nekaj hecal, pa je pa čist resen postal, je začel pa sprašovati, kaj te knjige govorijo, kaj je zdaj to? No in pol je za Gito dal 20 evrov in sem mu dal par knjig. Tako da, zanimiv ta maraton je bil tudi iz tega, da ponovadi, bolj ko gre proti koncu, vedno imaš manj energije. Zdaj je bilo pa lih obratno, vedno imaš več energije. In se mi je zdelo nekako skozi ta prisotnost. Šila Prabhupada. On je z nami. In včeraj je prišel eden, ki je išel prebral, pa Bhagavad Gita je prebral in je pisal, da bi Bhagavatam. In je prišel iskat Bhagavatam. In ko sva šla tukaj in pred Murti Prabhupadov, je on rekel, on je prisoten. Tudi ljudje to čutijo. In v bistvu on govori skozi knjige. In tako, kot je Manidhar prabhu rekel, Bhagavad Gita sama govori. In spomnim se, ko smo se na začetku maratona slišala z Mukundom Madhava prabhujem, pa je rekel, you know, I'm more concerned about the goal of Bhagavad Gitas. In potem sem začutil, ok, gremo malo bolj maha knjige deliti. In ko sem začel maha knjige deliti, sem občutil še dodatno šakti, še več milosti in še večjo ekstazo. Sploh, kar razlagaš o Bhagavad Giti. In v bistvu sem se vprašal eni točki, kako naj približam ljudem Bhagavad Gita, da jim bo zanimiva zauzeti. In Krišna pošlja takoj, osebo. In mi je rekla, da mi v enem dveh stavkih povej, o čem se gre. In pa mi je ta oseba postavljala pod vprašanje. In mi je v bistvu sestavil cel, kako se temu reče, mušter za kako predstaviti Bhagavad Gita. In vidiš, da imaš pomoč. In v bistvu je zelo enostavno. Pokažeš jim Bhagavad Gito in jim pogledaš, vidite, on je bil zelo znan bojevnik v tistem času, pa tudi zelo je bil duhovno napreden. In prišel čas bitke in je rekel, daj me zapelj na sredino, da vidim, proti kom se bom boril. In ko je on videl na nasprotni strani vse svoje prijatelje, vse, ki jih je poznal, vse učitelje, vse, ki jih je imel rad, on je zmrznil in je rekel, skočim zbežati. In potem jih vprašam, a ste se vi kdaj znašali v življenju, ko ste vedeli, kaj je prav narediti, pa ste zbežali. In čist še noben ni rekel ne. Sem rekel, no, Bhagavad Gita pa razodeva znanje, zato ker mu ga je pa sam Gospod razodev, kako se soočati s tisto odgovornostjo, ki jo imamo. Ker vsak v življenju se znajde v takih situacijah. In ne samo to, ta knjiga nam razodeva, da lahko dosežemo cilj življenja. In to je samo spoznanje. In s tem se vsi strinjajo. In potem ni treba kaj dosti govoriti. Ker sami vprašajo, koliko želijo. Če pobirate kakšne prispevke, ali koliko sem zdaj dolžen. In še ena zelo zanimiva za na konec, pa je, eni osebi delim knjigo in pride izza hrbta ena gospa in me po ramenu in pravi, a vi prodajate Bhagavad Gito? Sem rekel, ja, take imamo najraje. Najprej rekla, jaz sem rekel, ja, je rekla, jaz bi pa imela eno, sem rekel, take imamo najraje. No, in so pa oba vzela Bhagavad Gito. Tako da, evo, to je bilo to, večinoma sem bil v Ljubljani in bomo mogoče šli naslednjo leto še kakšne druge kraje pogledati. To je bilo to. Skratka, Šrila Prabhupada je prisoten z nami. Šrila Prabhupada ki
Jai! Haribo! Ramatirtha Prabhu ki Jai! Just one thing to arrange for translation.
Hare Krišna. Shibaga Dhritarashtra uvacha dharma kshetra kuru kshetra samaveta yutsava.
Okay, mamo? Mamo? Okay, ready. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, maybe a bit something from how we started this marathon. We had this kick-off meeting, you know, and this kick-off meeting, you're like trying to see what the devotees are planning and this and that. And generally you looked at the devotees' face and they're like, yeah, maybe. And I was like, oh my God, again. So that's the story every marathon. Before it starts, everyone is like, yeah, we'll see, maybe. And they're like, oh my God. Let Krishna decide. I'm detached, Prabhu. Come on, Prabhu. So yeah, anyway, we try to put some goals because we knew that we don't have such a... we had more enthusiastic teams, maybe, or at least so it seemed. And so we said, okay, we just focused like in last year on distributing Mahabooks, Bhagavad Gitas and Bhagavatams. So we tried to put a good target for that. So we said last year we did 1,000. So we said this year we do 1,000 something. And then we found out, okay, we have a secret weapon coming straight from Bosnia. So we were just putting there, computing, I said 1,000 books. I said, oh, we have secret weapon, 1,200. Okay, let's do it. So anyway, that was our first meeting. We have a few, at least two devotees who were out a lot during the marathon that are not here. One is Antarvi Prabhu, who is sometimes he went with his family, sometimes alone. He lives in this very nice place. He just goes to whenever he lives very near Zagorje and Trbovlje. In Zagorje and Trbovlje there are very nice places, not. So he was every time we met, he's like, where can I go, Prabhu? Where can I go? You know, Zagorje and Trbovlje, that's your zone. No, somewhere else. Anyway, I suggested him some zones, and at some point it was really funny. He was sending pictures from Zagorje, people who took the Gita. I was like, oh, Prabhu, no way, that this cannot be in Zagorje. So the point is that it doesn't matter where you go. There's always some people that if you're sincere, Krishna will send some people, even in these strange places. Neshala Mataji, she came, it was a very interesting story. One of the things we were discussing during the marathon was about desire, what Manidhar Prabhu was actually mentioning. And I fully feel this, that if you have desire, you can do it. If you don't have desire, you have excuses, you know. So, and Krishna is he's very good at testing your desire. How much do you want? You're really serious? Are you serious? So Mataji came, she packed everything in the car, and we're coming towards, she said, okay, we'll have the marathon in Ljubljana. She was coming with the car peacefully, and then she went to the border. And I don't know the details what happened at the border, but they stopped her at the border. Where are you going? Well, I'm going to Slovenia, you know, with a full car of package. How much? You have some money, you know, things. So they stopped her at the border and they almost sent her back. And eventually, after negotiations, she started being like, hey, you know. So they blocked her to get out of the country for 24 hours, and then after 24 hours she could pass. So it was like a very interesting case that Krishna is this kind of marathon. It's never easy, you know. You think that things, you know, like are under control, everything is planned, we plan this thing, and then you go to the border, okay, we're prepared, we'll go to the border, and no, you cannot cross the border. And then Krishna, Krishna is doing this kind of things just to test our desire. Are you serious? Are you really serious? Yeah, a bit serious. Okay, no problem, let's go. So she came. She was very enthusiastic. She went out a lot. She distributed a lot of books. We'll see the results later. But it was like a nice boost, you know, to have some additional devotees. Yeah, from how I experienced the marathon, usually I don't like to distribute from the temple because this regulation, you know, usually in the temple, devotees don't have this idea of regulation of, okay, there's a marathon, someone is sleeping, there's always someone who has to bang the mridanga, you know, like, ding! And they're like, Prabhu, you know, I'm just very tired, can you, you know, maybe do it after the marathon? So anyway, usually I don't like to do marathons from the temple. We have our base in near Konica, and there it's very peaceful. And yeah, very peaceful. You can just do Sankirtan. You wake up in the morning, you chant, you read, and you go out. And then you come back, and then you read a bit more, and fall asleep, and then you wake up, and you go out. So it's very simple. It's a very simple program, so it's a very good place to for book distribution, because you can be fully focused. That even there's not even internet. I mean, probably we could make it work, but sometimes it was like it was not working. And then I said, very good. Why do I need internet? So there's absolutely no distraction. You can just be very regulated, cook, and you know, go out. So that's I usually I did quite some from there. I usually like to do small cities. I don't like Ljubljana. People are very fast here, especially in the center. So I don't like to. Once at some point, Nitya Seva Mataji wanted to teach me how to distribute books in Ljubljana. And from my perspective, the way she was distributing books was like. So I was like, she was speaking like 3 times faster than. No, it's completely working. It's amazing. It's. But she was speaking like 3 times faster than I could speak at maximum speed, you know. So I was like, this is not gonna work for me. I appreciate that it works for you, but for me it's not gonna work. So yeah, anyway, I usually prefer smaller cities, and I usually prefer my favorite place is the bus station. You know, in every small city there's a bus station. And in the bus station, if you go at the right time, usually 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, there's all the young people who study in the high school there, they are at the bus station, lined up. And then you do 1 tour of the bus station, and then you go, and if you come in half an hour, then there's the next group of people in bus station. Young people, 15, 16, 17, very simple people, very nice. So you just have to be very simple. Hey, yo, wow, you look very positive, what's up? Yeah, these books are nice people, everyone gets one. Now open the wallet, everyone gives a donation. So then they usually rappers, I call them rappers. That's how do you know where they are a rapper? They usually give 50 cents. They just take this 50 cents. If the rich ones, they give you 50 cents, you know. They're like, oh, wow, amazing. Anyway, you always find some guy later who will give a bit more and cover for that. And anyway, we had this book sponsor. We had this Bhagavad Gitas for a discount. And sometimes you have these 50 cent guys, and then sometimes you have these young people, and they open their wallet and they get some bills, you know. It's really, you're like, what's wrong with you? So they give you like this 20 euro and says, is this enough? Like, yeah, most people give 50 cents, but 20 euro is good also. So then you can stack some books on them, you know, like, all right. So, yeah, that's my general strategy. I've been through some very interesting places. Funny, the best day in this marathon was in? No, usually it's Novo Mesto, but in Murska Sobota. Oh yeah, one thing about Novo Mesto, you know, yesterday Ramatirtha Prabhu, it was yesterday, he told me that he was told me about some person I met last year in the marathon in Novo Mesto. You know, so he got some books. He was very, very generous. People in Novo Mesto are very generous, with me at least. So he got a Gita and Shisha Upanishad, and he read them. And he remembered exactly when we met, you know, where we met, you know. And then yesterday he came and he said, you have Srimad Bhagavatam also? So he got some books, and also he gave, like businessman, but very like, not like the typical businessman. I'm successful. Oh, very humble, very normal, you know. Like, so yeah, best place was this year was Murska Sobota. So Murska Sobota, probably, I don't know if you. Take a seat. So Murska Sobota is people are poor for Slovenia. Generally, it's a poor place. And they are mostly not very high-class people, to call it that way. So I went one day to Murska Sobota, and it was like this fog, you know, but like this really huge fog, you know. And I just parked the car there in this nice parking place. It's like very, you know, the parking place in Murska Sobota. There's one parking place which is free in Murska Sobota, and it looks like this, you know. It's like it's full of holes, and if it rains, it's full of water everywhere. It's like, you know, you have to walk like this out, and then you go to this nice place and you take some books, and they're like, who had this crazy idea? This is my typical problem when I park the car. You know? I'm like, who had this crazy idea to come here? And then like, okay, it must have been me. So anyway, I went out. And I was like, okay, I mean, we're here anyway, so let's do it, let's try. So I went out, and then I found some young people, and then I got some 50 cents, you know, like this. And then I was like, I just walk around, I was just walking. And then some people started to give me some money also, you know. I was like, yeah, this paper, you know, like bills, you know, wow, yeah, bills. So I was like accumulating, and then I had some books done, quite a lot, you know. And then I was thinking, maybe I'm a bit too generous, you know. Maybe, you know. No. So then I raised to €1. No. So then I was like thinking, yeah, maybe it would be good to collect some. I mean, I don't really care about Lakshmi so much, but you know, you're like, okay, maybe you should also collect some Lakshmi. So then I met these guys. They were drunk, you know, and they were walking. one was walking, you know, one was walking almost straight, and this other he was like almost, you know, like falling. So I said, okay, you know, drunk people, it's you know, they can just be like, or they can be in a good mood, you know. In the happy mood, and then they will give you a good donation. Oh, I like it. So I said, okay, let's try these two guys. So one of them was like, and the other was like, oh, and this books on yoga, yoga. I mean, they were completely low class. They had no idea what was going on. And then I said, you know, if you can help with a donation. And this guy got around, don't give him anything, don't give him anything. And then this other guy was opened his wallet. Oh, I don't have anything. Oh, just this €20 bill. Oh, okay. Okay. The other was like, no, don't give me, no. Okay. So I gave them Bhagavatam, and then I ran. I was like, I hope I don't meet them again, and they change their mind, And then I continued walking. I was like, okay, there's hope. And then I went to. There was a bar, and I went to the bar, and we were like not interested. There were like a group of 4 people, and we were like not interested. And then one of them says, "Do you have Bhagavad Gita?" I was like, "Yeah, I have Bhagavad Gita." I just take the Bhagavad Gita, throw it on his table. It's like, okay, so how much? Just give from your heart. 20 is enough? Yeah, 20 is good today. So I was just walking through Murska Sobota, and I did 23 Maha books in Murska Sobota. I was like, what? How? So that was my best day in marathon, and second best was in Sloven Gradec. Sloven Gradec Ravne. This is my favorite area. For some reason, I don't understand how I can still find people there, because I went there so much. From Konice, if you want to go to Sloven Gradec, you have to go like this. There's a road like this, which I already know by heart. And last year I was afraid to go at night to that. And this year I was like, yeah, anyway, we know it by heart. It's okay. I know it. So it's like this, And then you go there to Sloven Gradec. And it's very, very nice. People are very, very nice. As they told me in Padayatra, they actually did the most books in Sloven Gradec. But also there's Kalavati Mataji who gets them all back. Because they are nice people, They are nice, Can you take a book and give a donation? Sure. But they're not going to read it, They're not exactly scholars. Anyway, So in that area, I usually distribute lots of books, and I usually go to Sloven Gradec and then go to Ravne. This is like very small cities, but we just walk around and find people, and they are generous, and you can do lots of books. I also try to find events, Like in the marathon, turning on the lights is a big event, we went in Sloven Gradec when they turned on the lights. So everyone is there, like they have to see the lights. So you just have to be there and be like, okay, hello, welcome. So we try to target a bit of the lights. This is fun. And we try to target concerts. Concerts, I will go back to the concerts because there's a different thought with the concerts. So the lights was an interesting thing.
People are taking the concerts.
If you go before. Yeah, during the concert. Yeah, I will go back to the concerts. So we started, we had this plan, so I computed, 1,200 means 40 Maha books per day, 30 days, 40 Maha books. And we actually started, like first day 40 something, 40 something, 40 something. I was like, yeah, it's smooth, it's all good, it's everything under control. No. Krishna always like, yeah, okay. So we were a bit ahead, we were a lot ahead, and then it started going, we were doing 20 Maha books, 30 per day, so we went like all the way down. Yeah, because Uddhava Mitra was not cooperating. You would see Uddhava Mitra, he's like, okay, we want to distribute Maha books. You see, yeah, I distributed a lot of Maha books. Krishna book, 5. Krishna cooking, 5. Now Gospod Chaitanya, 5. Bhagavad Gita, 2. Srimad Bhagavatam, I didn't have with me, sorry. No, I'm just joking. Anyway, we could have been focused more from the beginning. So everything was like smooth for some time, and then it was going down, and then I was like, okay, we have to do some desperate measures. So then, we because I'm the Sankirtan leader. Sometimes I'm supposed to give an example and blah blah, and I know that's my job. And sometimes I do crazy things, you know, like I go very early and put a picture, you know, like we're enthusiastic, you know. So yeah, I have to fake that I'm enthusiastic. Sometimes I actually am. So then last 2 weeks I went on Sunday. So I said, okay, let's pretend we're enthusiastic. So I went on Sunday, you know. First I went in Ljubljana. I found Ljubljana was really horrible, but I found some guys. I did some books. So, you know, I just make a picture. I have to promote and share the good news. And this works like a snowball. As soon as you show that you're enthusiastic, then someone else says, oh, he's enthusiastic. Okay, I will have to go also. So then another goes, and then she puts a picture. And then another goes and puts a picture. And you're like, okay, everyone is enthusiastic. Okay, I should go also. So it actually works. So I went, and then second week I went to Koper. I was frozen like anything, so that's why I went to Koper also. So yeah, this Christmas market, it works very well. Lights and Christmas market. The concerts, they work, how it works for the concert. First you have to have, probably it would be good if you had some earplugs. Because before the concerts, they always have to practice and test the instruments. So they have to have these drums, right? Boom, 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 and it's like in your head, you're like, and it's like your head is exploding. You're like, So yeah, and then you pray that they stop, and usually like 2 hours before the concert, there's people there. You know, they come for the concerts early, and when they start the concerts, then it's impossible. Like I was, you know, Jean Šerčić. Anyway, it's like every second word is Ljubezen, you know. Ljubezen, and if it's not Ljubezen, then there's Srca. So that's his songs, you know. Everything is there. So I went to hearing like to Bhakti, you know. But you know, and you go to. I went to Kongresni Trg. He had a concert here, and I went to Kongresni Trg when the concert started, and everyone is like, Ljubezen, and then there's this crazy guy who's like, hello, how are you today? And they look at you and like, this guy is crazy, you know. Are you crazy? Are you interrupting my Ljubezen movement? So it's impossible, just forget it. So anyway,
what was your worst day look like?
Worst day? I don't know. No, I actually didn't have a bad day. I probably did minimum. I did 7. Probably in Celi I did the worst one day. Yeah, because somehow I had this desire, and Krishna was like, okay, you know, he's really serious, so I have to give him, you know. So he was just giving the results, you know. Yeah, I didn't really have bad days, you know. Yeah. Anyway, just so not. The most interesting was like how Krishna was he's always keeping everything, you know, like under pressure, and then at some point he's like, okay, let's go, you know. So it was like 3 days before the end of the marathon. It was Sunday. I remember we were behind. We were like 1,069 Mahapuks. 167. Yeah, so we were behind, you know, just because of the Vamitra. No, just joking. And
your inspirations very seriously this Monday. You took just big books, no others books.
So yeah, it was nice. I mean, also we did some tricks because we had some sponsored books, and we did some tricks. Yeah, anyway. But it was, you know, like it was going really, really bad, and it was very difficult. And then that Monday, it was like, oh, okay, things are going. Everything, you know, we did 102 Mahabooks in one day. So we're a lot behind, and then you're like, and now we're 100 ahead of the target. So for me this was like very interesting to see how Krishna is some testing mostly. He's testing. Do you have desire? Are you serious? Every padayatra, every marathon is like this. Are you serious? And then we see, yeah, we're somehow serious. Okay, no problem. I can give. How much? How many you need today? 100. Okay, 100. No problem. So this was. Okay, challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Note it down. Please record it. Okay. Challenge is taken. We'll print. If we can do 2,000, we'll print tomorrow. We'll print. Tomorrow BBT time, but tomorrow we print 10,000 Gitas. No problem. Yeah. Anyway, it was for me. It was really inspiring to see how Krishna is organizing and how he's testing, and then eventually you can see that Krishna is opening up and he's supporting it. Yes, of course. If you have a strong desire, we'll reciprocate with your strong desire. And in many other things, if you have a strong desire to do something for Krishna, Krishna will respond. And of course, he will first test you, and then he will be like, yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, Roman, you have to say something about the marathon.
Hare Krišna. I speak in Slovene.
Yeah, Slovene.
Okay. Ja, no, jaz tokrat ja, v bistvu sem že lani sem na maraton na Malošam, danes, mislim, to leto sem malo povišal svoje ure, ampak ja, že zaradi svoje neke bolj te introvertirane narave, to vsaki dan, ko sem šel, je bila to askezo na polno. Ampak v bistvu po neki milosti Krišne Šrila Prabhupada, pa tudi v bistvu okolijskih bakt, sem nekako večkrat dobil, to je kar zagon, da sem stopil na cesto in tudi nekaj podelil na koncu. Ja, pač ena realizacija, ki sem jo dobil, je, da s tem, ko sem v bistvu za nasvetom Ramatirte, je mislim, da vprašaš osebe o stvareh, ki te dejansko zanimajo. Torej, jih vprašaš in s tem na ta način postaviš ta prvi kontakt. In zraven tega, da knjigo podeliš, tudi začneš razumeti bolj ljudi, ki so okoli. Začneš razumeti v bistvu to, mogoče tudi v kulturo, v kateri smo, ker zdi se mi, da se lahko dosti krat izoliramo v tem ISKCON, kakorkoli, tempelskem krogu, lokalnosti ali kakorkoli, in malo pozabiš, kaj pa je navzven sploh. In potem s temi vprašanji, potem ti dajo odgovore, ki so ti dajo nek vpogled, o čem pa ljudje res razmišljajo, kaj so njihovi izzivi in tako dalje. Tako da na ta način sem tudi potem, ja, tudi lepe pogovore imel. Pa tudi, ko si imel take lepe pogovore, tudi avtomatsko so knjige šle. Ja, potem pa ena specifična zgodba. To je bil božični večer ali pa božič. Ja. In na začetku sem uspel neko veliko donacijo dobiti in potem sem bolj bil liberalen s temi knjigami ostalimi. Jaz sem v parku, kaj je tisti park Zvezda? Kongresni trg. Tam je bila ena na klopci ena ženska in je, ja, v bistvu nekako sem tudi začel to pogovor in je ta pogovor stekel in potem pač ni imela kovanco, da bi mi dala, ampak se je videla pač, da je bilo v tej domeni in sem potem ji v bistvu dal, 2 knjigi sem ji dal, ne, pač ker sem imel dovolj, sem ji dal zastonj. In potem se je na robu joka je bila, ker je njen rojstni dan je glih bil. Ne. In je tak je bilo, ja, tak je čisto, tako neka preobrazba se je začutila. Pa tudi mene, ne, mislim. Tako da, no, to je od mene vse. Hare Krišna.
Najlepša hvala. Šila Prabhupada Maraton Mahotsava ki jai. Takoj, samo da prižgem. Hare Krišna, dragi bakte, se pravi, nadaljujemo s programom. Še zadnja točka pred prasadamom bo, se pravi, mal pregled in zahvale. Zdaj rezultati, sad da naštijemo našo tehniko. Zdaj, tako smo slišali, maraton je posebna izkušnja. Nikoli ne veš, kaj te čaka. Ko je omenil Mukunda Madhava prabhu glede, ko smo imeli ta uvodni nekak srečanje, kako bomo letos zastavili maraton, je, ne veš, koliko nas bo, ali nas bo 5, ali nas bo 6. Ne vemo, koliko nas bo vključenih v maraton, ker je toliko razpršeno, ni nas veliko in hkrati pa se ogromno stvari dogaja. Tako da, ampak vsako leto nekako zaradi te meditacije, ki je omenjal Mukunda Madhava prabhu, Krišna na nek način zelo milostno vzrača za željo bhakt. In vedno, ko imamo konc pregled, kaj se je dogajalo na maratonu, res vidimo zadnji Prabhupadovo milost in milost Pančatatve, kako dejansko stojijo za vsem čudežem, ki se dogaja v maratonu. Ok, to je zadnja stran, to ni prva. Okay. Okay. Da bo tole zdaj funkcioniralo, sam trenutek. Rezultati ki jai, Šrila Prabhupada ki jai. Okay. Se pravi, nekako smo zastavili, da bi ponovili lansko letni urnik, 5 tednov, 35 dni nektarja. Za nazaj lahko rečemo, da je nektar, naprej nismo vedeli, da bo takšen nektar. Ampak ne veš, kaj bo Krišna nam aranžiral iz dneva v dan. Tako da, prvi vtis je tole. Se pravi, tole so 3 polni listi z tabele letošnjega maratona. To je 150 bhakt je bilo vključenih. 150 bhakt, na prvem srečanju smo bili 4, ne? Nismo vedeli, ali bi sploh štartali, ali bi šli v Indijo, nismo vedeli, kaj bi se tega lotili. Ampak nekako, potem, tako je rekel, meditacija, sploh Mukunda Madhava prabhu, toliko energije, toliko mentalne energije, toliko meditacije, toliko molitev, toliko predanosti, da Krišna ni imel izbire. Prabhupada ni imel izbire, da drugače reče, ok, tole pa, to je pa resno. Tako da bomo in vidimo, kako Krišna res je bhakta vatsala, Krišna, glavna lastnost, katero se on posvečuje, da je bhakta svojega bhaktija, ne. Tako da je to maraton je en takšen dokaz, da to dejansko je živa stvar in dejanska stvar. Tako da zdaj bom samo par teh malo statističnih podatkov dal na samo trenutek še tole. Par teh statističnih podatkov. Začne se z meditacijo, tako kot vedno. Ne? Vsak projekt ima nek plan, neko vizijo, nek cilj. In tle je ta naša meditacija, ki smo jo dali na našo belo tablo v naši učilnici. Se pravi, da bi podali 12,000 knjig, lansko leto 13, pa sem rekel. Ampak, ko govorimo o teh cifrah, morate se zavedati, Slovenija kot taka država. Tisti, ko se malo ukvarjate s knjigami oziroma publikacijami, cifre, ki so v Sloveniji, ki je mali trg, morate vedeti, to so 1000, 2, 3, to je že luksus za vsako knjigo, ki je večinoma za smrtnike. Ko mi govorimo o knjigah 10,000 knjig in to so res sanjaške številke. To so res ogromne cifre, ne, literature in sploh, ko vidimo, čez koliko malo rok grejo te knjige, ne, to je tistih 4, 5, 6 bag, kakokoli, ne, in takšne količine knjig, to je res čudež Božji, dobesedno. Ampak je zadnja neka meditacija, ki ima tudi neko logiko marketinško, če se tako izrazi, malo tehnično, se pravi, da bi mi podali 12,000 knjig, moramo srečati vsaj duplo toliko pozitivnih ljudi. Ne? Se pravi, če 10,000 knjig, vsaj 20,000 knjig, vsaj 20,000 ljudi moramo srečati, takšni, ki so malo odzivni, kar je to ogromna cifra. Ne? Potem, glede prasadama, vsaj pol jih bo vzelo, vsaj tisto, ko vzame knjigo, vzame tudi prasadam, recimo kuki, ne? To je neka logika taka malo kmečka, ne? Letos smo dali podatek na kontaktih, ker smo, pač vemo, ni namen samo podeliti knjigo, ampak spostaviti kontakt z ljudmi, da idemo na daljni krog, da lahko kultiviramo zainteresirane in potem, da nekega dne, pa čim prej, da pridejo tudi pred Krišno, oltar. In nekako 150 bak, kar je tudi ogromna cifra, pač vsak, ki je malo aktiven v Sloveniji, bi ga poskušali angažirati, to je neka taka neka sanja ali pa nek model. Zdaj, kaj bi te 12,000 smo razli, imamo ta dva modela, da delimo, da imamo deljenje, prodaje in tako naprej, na ulici, kakorkoli že, pa šastra dana, da bahte tisti, ko ne grejo ven, da sponzorirajo, da podprejo. Tako smo rekli, in to je ogromna pomoč distributerjem na ulici, ker vemo, ti nimaš dosti časa, na ulici srečaš ti ljudi, to gre zelo hitro, 3, 4, 5 sekund, se odzove in tam ni nekaj velikega izmenjave, ogromne. Običajno, to se zgodi pol ure, ne smo slišali, ampak to verjetno ni ravno ogromno krat. Se pravi, nekako 7,000 bi probali nekako spraviti na teren, 5,000 pa potem, da se nekako se bahti vključijo in nekako sponzorirajo. In teh tudi 7,000 jasno tudi čez neke kanale, se pravi, 3,000 bi naj bila ta ulična prodaja, 3,500 bi nekaj te knjige, ki so sponzorirane, da jih damo za tistih 50 centov, ko pravimo, da madava, se pravi, da jih daš na nek takšen način, ki običajno ne bi mogel dati, se pravi, ker je prehitro, ker nimaš kvalitetne izmenjave in na način tudi mladi, ki nimajo v žepu vedno krat, ali pa kartice, karkoli, se pravi, 3,500 naj bi šlo teh knjig, ki so že sponzorirane. In 500 nekak je cifra, ki jo vedno imamo, da bakte vzamejo zase in podelijo v svoji mreži socialni. Zdaj, to je tudi odvisno, če imamo kakšne nove knjige, nov tisk, potem je teh knjig bakte vzamejo. Če pa ni, kar letos zadnje 2 leti nijamo, potem teh knjig vzamejo moče malo manj, ker že imajo svoje police in tudi vsi sosedje, pa vsi sorodniki že imajo vse polno police, tako da tisk gre ponovadi proporcionalno s tem. To je neka meditacija, ki smo jo nekako dali na tablo in nekako razmišljali, če je to Krišna, ali to se boš malo pošalo z nami, ali vedno, ko damo te cifre, jaz mislim, 12,000, ko ste nori, ali veste, kaj je to? To so palete knjig, veš, kam boš jih dal, pa kdo jih bo dal. Ok, se pravi, kak je Krišna to vzračal, da vidimo čudež Božji, se pravi, srečali smo letos malo manj, ker je prišla ta direktiva, ste slišali od Jankoviča, je sred maratona 15. decembra rekel, ok, stop, vsem Saharinamom v Ljubljani, mi pa štartamo na Ljubljano, kot vemo, zadnji teden, zadnjih 10 dni, to smo vsak dan po 3-4 ure v Harinamu in srečamo ogromno ljudi, Letos je to bilo kar naenkrat bum, iz zraka je letela bomba, nekaj pa zdaj, ne. In iz tega tudi jasno smo tudi srečali manj ljudi, ampak Krišna potem nekako odporil lepo vreme v Kopru in tako naprej in nekako smo potem zaflikali, ampak manj ljudi smo letos srečali, definitivno. Potem glede prasadama je tudi letos zaradi tega manj šlo, ker ponovadi vsak Harinam je šel po tisoč ljudi je dobilo v Harinamu, v enem Harinamu zadnji teden v Božiču prasadam. Zdaj tega ni bilo, večinoma podelila Švetambara, pa Anja, kdo so bili pač v Harinamih, je šla čez roka, oziroma tudi Delitev prvo je ogromno podelil, se pravi nekje 8800. Potem kontakti, letos je bil velik fokus na kontakte, 190 je ogromna cifra, mislim, da še nismo nikoli to kontaktov dobili. In še posebej bi omenil ta program, ki se je izkazal v zadnjem letu za zelo učinkovit za nove, se pravi ta program kultiviranja oziroma follow-up, to je skupno branje pravopadovih knjig. To je ekstremno pomembno za maraton, se pravi, ko ljudje dobivajo knjige, oni ko berejo, ne razumejo nič, mi ne razumemo, kaj šele oni. Se pravi, je to neko skupno branje z njimi ekstremno pomemben program. Prvič je zelo enostaven, Zoom, Google Meet, karkoli, oni so doma za pečko, v varnem okolju, se sam priklopijo na link in skupaj beremo Bhagavad Gito. In to je, Delitev prabhu ima 3 skupine, fascinanten program. Bhakta Uroš lahko potrdi tudi iz Celja, ne? In še ostali, Hundamadava, Višava, ne? To je ekstremno pomemben program za tiste, ko dobijo knjige. To je ta fokus bil, da bi tisti, ko dajo nek kontakt, ko mi podelimo, da se vključijo v te skupine, že obstoječe ali pa nove. Se pravi, to je nekak meditacija. Kako smo rekli, da bi naj se vključilo? 20, smo dali eno cifro? 20? Vse 20, ja? Nismo še tam, ampak se je vključil že? 2. Evo, Delitev je že dal znak zmage. 2 sta se že vključila iz teh kontaktov v branjeno skupino. Rivol! Ekstremno pomembni korak. Ok, se pravi naprej, potem vključenih bak 150, 153 bak se je vključilo ogromno, pravzaprav ogromno. Vemo, da ni enostavno, vsako nedeljo smo poskušali inspirirati. Leta Govinda prabhu, naš junak, definitivno tega in vsakega maratona je se predal 208 postov, tako? Zdaj dela prasadam za Bhakte, ne? Hare Krišna. Vsak dan v Harinamu. Vsako nedeljo knjižna miza. Če kdo pozna Bhakte v Sloveniji, to je Delitev Govinda od malih nog. Je tako? In generira zaupanje, tako? Zaradi njega se je ogromno Bhakt vključilo. Ves prasadam proizvodnja v decembru z njegovim zdravjem, vemo kakšno je njegovo zdravje, ne? Top sadhana. Res primer, ki Krišni ne da možnosti, kot da vzrača. In vzrača, ne? Delitev Govinda prabhu ki jai. Ok. Se upravičujemo. Ok, potem glede knjig, se pravi deljene na ulici, 3000 je bila neka sanjaška, evo 2170 knjig približno je šlo za distribucijo na ulici, 3000, skoraj 4000 knjig je bilo podeljenih šasta dana knjig, se pravi po teh diskountnih cenah, oziroma ena zelo pomemben mehanizem pri teh šasta danih knjigah je to, ker so že sponzorirane, ampak te ponovadi nima te tenzije, da more prodati, da more nekaj dobiti. Nekako bolj naravno pristopa in ljudje se naravno zovejo. In kaj to pomeni, da za tudi knjigo, ki je že sponzorirana, oni daje donacije, ok, mogoče malo pravi 50 centov, ampak ogromno, čez ta kanal se spravi iz naslova sponzoriranih knjig, ki so jih Bhakti dajali, za Lakšmi, ki so dobili, smo sponzorirali naslednjih 1000 knjig. To je ekstremno zanimiv mehanizem. Se pravi, sponzoriranih knjig, ki so že sponzorirane, lahko sponzoriramo nove knjige. In ta sistem je vzdržen. Ta sistem je trajnost, lahko gre na dolge proge. To je ekstremno pomemben, se pravi, ta doprinos Bhakti, da lahko, da za šastrodano podpirajo na ta način distribucijo knjig v Sloveniji. Slovenija je država, ki ima največjo gostoto knjig Prabhupadovih na prebivalca. 1 milijon knjig, 2 milijonske, to je koncentracija brez primere. Kaj to pomeni? To pomeni, da je ogromno semen, ogromno potencial. In vidimo na ulici, izmenjava z ljudmi, to je opazno. Ljudje so naklonjeni. Ne en, dva, ogromno ljudi. In to vse vrste ljudi, vplivneži, Ramatirta se čuje vsak dan neke poslovneži, ki berejo, pa so zreli. Je tako? Ogromno, to ni enega na mesec, to je na dnevni bazi. Se pravi, potencial je velik. Zato mora biti na 1000 bralnih mandal, teh bralnih krogov, da se lahko ljudje vključijo in berejo, da skupaj beremo Prabhupadove knjige. Za naše dobrobit in za njihov dobrobit in za dobrobit misije v Sloveniji. Tako da vsak ima možnost, prosim, dajte si, odprite novo bralno skupino in 1, 2, 3 je dost, ne rabi biti 100 ljudi v grupi, manj boljš. Ok, in darjelni paketi, se pravi, kot 140 knjig je Bhag vzelo za distribucijo v svoji lastni mreži. Se pravi, to nekako je Krišna pokazal, vzračal, svetle še par. Se pravi, od 7000 želenih knjig, ki bi jih želeli spraviti na teren, jih je šlo 6240, se pravi, je bilo pa sajenih po Sloveniji in 4800 knjig je bilo dodatno sponzorirano oziroma se je pokrivalo iz tega nivoja. Se pravi, in od teh, se pravi, podeljenih knjig je 1323, to je teh maha knjig, o kateri smo se pogovarjali, se pravi, Bhagavad Gitah pa o Bhagavatamih, in to ostale so pa, se pravi, te Krišna Book, knjiga o Krišni, Nagovor čitanje, Krišnova kuhinja in majhne knjige, ki jih večinoma imamo angleške in slovenski imamo 2 zaenkrat, Šišo, Panišat pa Bhakti. Letos pričakujemo 3 knjig. Ena je Chant and Be Happy, ki bo verjetno imela naslov Pesem za srečo. To je že na mizi. Potem Šrimad Bhagavatam, 3. spev, 2. del, je že tudi končan. In, ko smo prej slišali, ponatis Bhagavad Gite, small size, žepna, isti tekst bo, ampak bo nova platnica, naslovnica bo fancy, polski dizajn, ki ima polska Bhagavad Gita, zelo lep dizajn, modern, tako da mislim, da bo všeč tak distributerjem kot ostalim. Tako da upamo, da bo to do naslednjega velikega projekta Padjatre, da bojo te knjige nekako na voljo tudi na voljo v Sankirtanu. Ok, in kaj počrtal, se pravi, od 12 000 nekako meditiranih knjig, 11 069, oziroma 93%, kar je fascinantna cifra. Šrila Prabhupada ki jai, Šiši Pančitattva ki jai. Se pravi, moč meditacije in želje bhakti, to je ekstremno pomembno, da imamo, da vemo, kaj želimo, da vemo, kaj bi želeli v svojem življenju, za misijo in karkoli za skupnost potrebno, tako da zelo pomemben princip. Ok, potem naprej, moče samo s prejšnjimi leti, to so vsi čudeži decembrski v zadnjih 5 letih, od 10.000 do 16.000 knjig na letni bazi, mislim v času maratona, kar je znova in znova se to potrebuje. To ni enkratni dogodek, to je res ta princip, da Krišna vzrača za meditacijo, pa željo bhakti in trudom in predaja bhakti je res več kot očitno. Ni samo to enkraten preblisk Krišne, ampak dejansko non-stop prisotno. Ok, malo se pravi tehle podatkov. Šastra, danes smo omenili 76 bhakti je bil vključen v šastra dano. Zdaj bomo tle našteli. Kako bi zdarili? Bi kaj sproti, bi na koncu kako? Ok, bomo našteli. Zadovoljstvo Prabhupada, pa zadovoljstvo Pančatatu, bomo prebrali imena. Danes je bila že Nasim Hayage za zaščito vseh udeležencev, pa vseh sponzorjev. Smo že imeli Nasim Hayageja, se pravi Sankalpa. To je, se pravi, funkcija znotraj Nasim Hayage, ker se prenese vsa dobrobit jage na tistega, ki je v Sankalpi naveden. In bomo imeli v teh naslednjih sobotah v januarju še za ostale, oziroma tisti, ki so sponzorirali malo več, tako da bomo zelo našteli. In zdaj, če nekoga naštejemo, naj potem pride podarilo, ki je za vas pripravljeno. Glede daril še tako, pripravili smo neke generična darila. Za vas, posameznike, ko ste izrazili, da imate neko potrebo, smo že naročili in čakamo, da pridejo. Če kakšna stvar ni v redu, ne vem, premala številka, prevelika številka, barva, ki vas iritira, lahko zamenjamo, to ni problem, to je nič osebnega, če kakšna napaka se pojavi. Ok, se pravi, zdaj bomo našteli bhakti, ki so sodelovali v sponzoriranju šastra dane, se pravi, našteli bomo, se pravi, tisti, ki so sponzorirali od 1 do 9 knjig, bom kar naštel jih, Bhaktin Vida, Apsara Devidasi, Andreja iz Italije, Bhakta Ivan, Naja, Sundar Gopal Prabhu, Eka Čakra, Nitai Ram Prabhu, Gora Strauner, Murari Gaura Sundar Prabhu, Bhakta Gadai, Bhakta Boris, Gopika Bharta Prabhu, Dayala Prabhu, Vidurnath Prabhu, Jaini Tagore Prabhu, Bhakta Sebastian, Abhinandana Nitai Prabhu in Vraža Prema Mataji z družino in Katja Matko. Tako Premanande, Hari Hari Bol, se pravi, to so bhakti, ki so sponzorirani 1 do 9. Kdo tle, ko smo našteli? Ni bilo dobenega, ok? Se pravi, zdaj bomo našteli bhakte, ki so sponzorirali od 10 do 25, teh je v glavnem največ bilo. Šavana Ramanija Mataji, Tilaka Mataji, Radmila Blatnik, Metka, Bhaktin Metka z družino, Haribol. Evo, darilo za njo, sama se je bo dala darilo, Haribol. Potem Bhaktin Aina, Bhaktin Mateja, Bhakta Domen, Dolenc, Govinda Data Prabhu, Nilambar Prabhu, Bhaktin Nina Šinkovec, Sarabhauma Prabhu, Urukrama Prabhu, Mahatmananda Prabhu, Bhakta Vaibhav, Bhakta Gregor, Sadbhuja Prabhu, Amala Gopika Devidasi, Bhakta Matej Močnik, Mirjam Bhaktin, Maharani Devidasi, Nataka Chandrika Devidasi, evo sam sebi podali, Samedatri Mataji, Mahamaya Prabhu, Bhaktin Katarina in Bhakta Filip, Ločanananda Prabhu s familijo. Evo, Ribo, Ločananda Prabhu je na vseh lesticah. Potem Premanidi Prabhu, Bhaktin Maša, Vraja Sundari Rada Devidasi, Bhakta Juri iz Maribora, Prema Maji Radika Mataji, Bharat Prabhu pa Prema Gopi Mataji, Bhaktin Sabina iz Prevalja. Tako Premanande, Hari Hari Bol, to je bilo preko 20-30 bhakt. Se pravi, Ločananda Prabhu? za familijo. Ok, potem pa bakte, ki so, se pravi, tu imamo od 20 naprej, bakte, ki so sponzorirali od 25 pa do 50 knjig. Bhaktada, Mohini Rada Devidasi, Darpa Hari Prabhu. Tisti, ki ne poznate Darpa Hari Prabhu, kdo pozna Darpa Hari? Simhaseja Mučedini Palit Govinda. To je bil kuhar v naši Krišnovi kuhinji pred 25 leti. Ja, tako iz Pule, ja. Je videl obvestilo o maratonu in je sponzoriral. V Puli. Darpa Hari. Darpa Hari, ja. Ja, prvi kuhar je zagoni taj v Ljubljani. Naš mentor iz zgodnih let, ok? To je intermezzo. Bhakta David, brat od Jana, Bhaktin Klementina, potem Janez, Bhakta Janez, potem Marko Guna, evo tle imamo pa zdaj zadnjih 20 bhakt, moj Bhaktin Mojca, 40 knjig, Bhakta Uroš Županc, 45 knjig. Haribol, Bhakta Uroš je tle? Je, haribol, evo. Kar pridi po zdravilo. Ok, potem Bhakta Jože Presečnik, ne vem, kdo je to. Eni se pojavljajo, sploh ne vem odkot. Če kdo pozna, je bilo super. A kdo pozna, ne vem, v nekih mrežah, se pravi, Bhaktin Klementina, Pinter, kdo pozna? Kaj smo zrejali za 100 knjig, dobro. Okay. Vasudev Data, prabhu. Haribol. Bhakti Vasudev Data smo čestitali za rojsten dan, sred decembra. In je rekel, ok, to je pa za 50 knjig. Krišna je res čarovnik. Ok, potem Harinam Ruči, prabhu. Haribol. Ananda Maji Radika in Govinda Data. Prabhu, 50 knjig. Bhakta Primož Trobec, brat od Mahatmanande, 54 knjig. Če kdo pozna tega prabhuja, Franci letna z družino. 54 knjig. Ne vemo, komu da darilo, to je problem. Ne vemo, komu da darilo. Kot da mu še poslali po e-mailu. Varšabavani, Matači z družino, 54 knjig. Avaduta ne daje prabhu, 55 knjig. Prem Kumar, prabhu in Matači Kišori, 79 knjig. Ribol, Bhakta Sašo, 93 knjig. Dojal Čanta, prabhu, evo ga, tamle levo, za zidom, pod oknom, 100 knjig. Ribol, plus vsak dan pakiral piškote za maraton, 2 ure plus, se pravi, pa plus še urejanje audio, posnetkov vsakdanjih, 24 ur na dan upet v Krišnovo službo. Najlepša hvala, to je Čandar bil. Rivol! Potem Matsja prabhu in Rasim Halila Mataji, familija Čandar Samja. Oni so nekaj na letalo, je videl obvestilo in sponzoriral 108 knjig. Rivol! Rangani prabhu, 125 knjig. Rivol! Bhakta Gabriel in Barbara, po zaslugi druženja z Mukunda Madovo prebojem, pa Vrišabo, to je moj brat, sicer, 144 knjig. Ribol. Bhakta Josip iz Maribora, 250 knjig. Ribol. Urugaj prabhu, 260 knjig. Ribol. In z družino seveda. In vso svojo pokojnino, leta Govinda prabhu, smo zreli 358 knjig. Go, Premanande! Na vseh lestvicah osvojil pokal. Se pravi, skupaj 76 bhakti vključno in skupaj smo zreli 4831 knjig. Šila Prabhupada, Maradona Mahotsava ki džaj. Ogromna jagja. Ok, potem naslednjo darilni paketi, to so bhakti vzeli za svojo socialno mrežo, našteli bhakte, ki so v tem programu sodelovali, se pravi. Ja. V koroni je bilo, mislim, da je bilo 4000 knjig vse skupaj. Sponzorske je 2 evra. 10 evrov 5 knjig, da se sponzorira mala knjiga, ne? Ja, to je najbolj enostaven sistem, drugače je to komplicirano. Ok, Sundar, se pravi, bakte, ki so bili vključeni v ta program, se pravi, Sundar Gopal prabhu, Sebastian, Nina Šinkovec, Mahamaja prabhu, Klaudija, Rivol, evo, Klaudija Grabner, izvoli, hvala lepa. Potem Kirtidanandini Mataji, Shri Kamala Mataji, Sarvabhauma prabhu, Bhakta Niraj, to je bakta iz Indije, ki pomaga vsako nedeljo čistiti za Sunday Feast. Eka Čakranitaram prabhu, Klemen prabhu iz Kranja, Rivol! Evo, kaj izvoli, podrilo. Dulla Magaura prabhu z familijo, potem Bhaktin Sabina, Anand, to si vsak knjige vzame. Knjige si vzame, pa podeli. Kupi knjige, ne vem, 2, 3 in podeli v lastni režiji. Ananda Meji Radhika Mataji, Gundadata prabhu, Ragamanjari, Mataji 10 knjig, Saumedatri je vzela 13 knjig za svoje, Jagat Prasu 16 knjig, Abhinandanitai prabhu, Vraža Prima Mataji 20 knjig, Ranganitai prabhu 22 knjig in Navdipčanda prabhu 30 knjig. Skupaj je to 139 knjig, oziroma 20 baktje je sodelovalo v tem programu. Ok, se pravi, malo statistike še glede, koliko smo bili zunaj, oziroma koliko so bili baktje zunaj. Prej smo govorili, da so bili Novo mesto, Murska Sobota. Evo, to je baktje, ki so hodili redno deliti. Prema Vanhari okrog 25 ur, Madhava Mišra 25 ur. To so bakte dali podatke. Bhakta Jagi 26 ur, Antardvip z familijo 27 ur, Bhakta Jan 60 ur, Rivol, Nešera 75 ur, Udo Mitra 89 ur, Ramatirta prabhu 90 ur, Vršaba prabhu 95 ur in Mukunda Madhava prabhu brez primere 167 ur. Rivol! Skupaj, se pravi 20 bakt je delilo knjig, ali sponzoriran karkoli, 775 ur. 775 ur v maratonu na ulici, v snegu, na minus, v dežju, v temi, v plundri. 775 ur. Rivol, da imamo predstavljati, kaj to pomeni. Zbiranje kontaktov smo rekli, te bakte, ko so bili na terenu, so tudi zbirali najbolj večji zbiralci ti. Se pravi, kontaktov, Urukram prabhu, Madhavananda prabhu iz Bosne, Antardvip, po 1, prema Vanhari 2 kontakta, Jan 7 kontaktov, Nešala 15, Udo Mitra 20, Vršabab 29, Mukunda Madhava 41 in Ramtirta 71 kontaktov. To je za 20 novih bralnih skupin. Rivol! Se pravi, 10 bakt je zbralo 190 kontaktov v mesecu decembru. Ok, naprej, se pravi, preden gremo na zadnjo tabelo, dobro smo s tami, se pravi, še, vemo, da je maraton, ni samo deljenje knjig in sponzoriranje, tudi je ogromno služb v zadju, da se zdaj lahko vrtijo, se pravi, eno so harinami, v kateri smo malo bili okrnjeni, oziroma malo smo bili hendikipirani zaradi tega ukrepa Jankoviča. Tako da je letos malo manj bilo bakt vključenih, ker niso mogli to promovirati. Tako da, ampak kljub temu imamo tle spisek 20-25 bak, ki so bili v Harinamih v Kranju in Kopru in tudi v Ljubljani. Bomo kaj našteli, se pravi, Adela, Bhaktina Adela in Leon, Akrura prabhu, Amrita Vati, to je iz Bosne, ne? Amrita Vati, Mataji. Potem Anja, Bhaktina Anja, Arya Sharita Mataji, Bhakta Antonio iz Zagreba, Bhakta Vatsala Nitai prabhu, Bhakti Nadja iz iste Bosne, ne? Potem Dharmaksheta prabhu, Jai Nita Gaura prabhu, Jambavati Priya Mataji, Bhaktin Kristina iz Zagreba, Markandeya Rishi prabhu, Pushta Nitai prabhu, Sanatan Yogi prabhu isto iz Sarajeva, potem Sarabhama prabhu, Tošan Krišna prabhu, Tulasi Dživani, dosti bhakti iz Bosne smo imeli letos, močno ojačene, potem Urgaj prabhu, Sarabhama prabhu smo že rekli, Švetambara Mataji, Lita Govinda prabhu, Madhava Mišra prabhu, seveda steber naših harinamov skozi prisoten. Pa še koga smo vedno pozabili. Potem pa tu cel kup podpornih služb v zvezi z pakiranjem, prasadama za teren, službe oltarjev, kuhinji, priprava festivala, ta festival, ogromno enih stvari. Ki so bili tle. Vključeni Adilila Mataji, ki je že na poti v Peru, oziroma že v Peruju, je že vedno prispela. Prispela varno, kdo ve? Je prispela varno. Potem Ananda Vardhana prabhu, Anurada Mataji, Damayanti Mataji, Devendra Gopal prabhu, Dinabando Gaura prabhu, Divya Simha prabhu, Jagat Pati prabhu, Jai Mirko prabhu, Malika Malati Mataji, Narayan Charam prabhu, Nrsimha Seva prabhu, Parangati in Mataji Navadiv Ganga, Premananda Prakash prabhu, Shakshi Gopal prabhu, Sankirtana Mataji, Tara Rakshi Mataji, Tulja Mataji, Vidonat prabhu, Bhakta Vito, Švetambara, Lita Govinda, Bhaktinanja, pa še, verjetno smo pozabili koga. Tisti, ko smo našteli, pejte prosim podarilom. Those who are listed, please take gift. Okay, in the last slide, and then prasadam. So this is the final results, official results from the. To so zadnji podatki, preverjeni v zvezi z deljenjem knjig na ulici, se pravi, bomo te našteli, tako smo rekli, bhakte, ki so delili na ulici. Dharmaksheta prabhu, Bhakta Marcel, Yamuna Charini, Kalindi Sundari Mataji, bivša Kalindi, Madhavananda prabhu, Bhagavad Dharma prabhu, Bhakta Dimitri in Madhava Mišra prabhu. Se pravi, so delili na ulici, to je od 4 do 40 knjig, zdaj pa še zadnjih 9, ki so bili najbolj aktivni. Premavan Hari prabhu, se pravi, podelil je 100 knjig, skupaj 104 točke. Samo glede točkovanja, se pravi, poznamo, mi imamo poseben način točkovanja, ki vsebuje, tam imate na koncu, vidite, 3 vrste točk. Eno so knjižne točke, to so glede na velikost knjige, se pravi, velika knjiga pomeni 2 točke, to je Bhagavad Gita pa Bhagavatam. Potem imamo Lakšmi, koliko dobimo Lakšmija za to knjigo in če smo kakšen kontakt zbrali. Se pravi, to sestavlja naše točkovanje. Se pravi, če dobimo kontakt, če dobimo, koliko Lakšmija dobimo in kar knjigo podelimo. In ta način imamo tle ovrednoteno v maratonu. Se pravi, potem Antardvip prabhu in Ashtasaki Mataji so podelili 158 knjig oziroma 147 točk. Potem Bhakta Jagi podelil je